Okay. Am I live? I hope I am. Let me try booting up the chat. My computer, I know I have a different excuse every time, but actually, like, all of my stuff disappeared. So my background was gone. My the color grading, which is also a file, it's called a cube file. Have you ever heard of a cube file? That was gone. My starting soon screen was gone too. So I can't even do it. I needed that extra 5 minutes to get ready. Like, but if I go there right now, it's just gonna go black. So that's not good. So yeah, all of my stuff was missing. I had to get back my background. I had to get the color grading back. God, I feel like I'm still missing a few things actually. And I don't know what. I know I have some overlays that I think are gone. This is so whack. Oh yeah, I used to have this my light leaks overlay. Okay, that one's back. What about my gradient that's supposed to be at the bottom? That one's pretty important for the overall vibe. Okay, I think my gradient is back. Yeah, no, dude, I don't know what happened. Or I do know exactly what happened, which is that, like, I have all of this stuff in the cloud specifically so that if something was to happen to my computer, nothing would disappear forever. But for some reason, it's not accessing anything in the cloud. So I guess I should have it on. I guess I should have it in the cloud and on my computer separately. Whatever. We'll figure this out for next time. But I'm here. I think I fixed everything. We're back 15 minutes late, and that's on period. No starting soon screen. I'm a little out of it. I usually sit down and like chill. Somebody said, hi, it's been a while since I tuned in. Well, you picked a fun one to pop in for, because I think we have some fun topics to go into today. Someone said that sounds like an OBS update thing. Maybe. That's very possible, honestly. I probably have OBS auto-updating without me realizing, which is not smart at all. But we're here now. Everything looks great. Everything sounds great. Someone said hello from Malaysia. Well, hello. From smack dab on the east coast of the United States. Someone said a great reminder to back up your backups. Yeah, definitely. All right. Anyways, hey, welcome. If this is your first stream, or your first time catching my stream, rather, the way it goes is the same as always. The first 30 minutes or so is exactly this, just me yapping about various things. And then around the 30-minute mark, that's when we'll get into today's topic. We're going to be discussing Timothée Chalamet. I guess I would be the 7 millionth person to get into his comments about opera, ballet, etc. Though there's a few other things I want to point out too that I think are worth talking about. And so that's going to be fun. That's going to be interesting. But before we get into all of that, I have another topic I would like to talk to you about. Everyone always says, what did you miss? I don't understand why some people can't see how long the lives have been going. I never know what surface people are on when they don't know how long I've been live. Because I feel like on a computer, is it on your TV maybe? I feel like most of them tell you I've only been live for like 3 minutes and 48 seconds. But yeah, I almost feel like I should just have an on-screen timer. I've only been live for 3 minutes. You haven't missed jack squat yet. You will if you leave and then come back. But listen. I want to do something that I've never done before on a stream. I'm very excited. It's time for a career first. I'm going to defend Katy Perry. Just like, I'm not even kidding. I'm straight up gonna defend Katy Perry right now. Because I think I'm not trying to be contrarian here. I actually have a point to make. So you're here just in time. Anyone who shows up 30 minutes later for the main topic is gonna miss my first ever Katy Perry defense. I think that in this one specific instance, that everybody's very confused right now. I know. Listen, I'm confused too. I am confused too. But I think that in this one very specific instance, I don't think what she did is as bad as everybody said. Or honestly, I don't really think it was coming from a bad place at all. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I don't have an outline on this. Like I said, this isn't a video. I'm just yapping. Katy Perry responds to fan. So someone said pop off Katy Cat. No, not a Katy Perry stan. I swear to God. I actually swear to God. So, okay, I guess I'll pull this from BuzzFeed because, like, I don't have an outline. I'm literally yapping. But I saw Katy was catching hella flack over responding to a fan who essentially said, wait, where is the original response? Actually, I should not use BuzzFeed as a source because they write their interviews in a very interesting way. Oh, this is just BuzzFeed as a source on Yahoo. Okay, hold on. I'm literally gonna find a version of this. Okay. Thank you, Billboard. Okay, we made it. So someone posted, you're unable to view this post because the account owner limits who can view their posts. Oh man, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there eventually. Actually, you know what? Maybe somebody posted this on Reddit. Now, do you see? This is why for every single topic that I have for my actual videos, I come with an outline because it literally can take so long to actually. Here we go. It can take so long to find anything online. Okay, so a random fan online said, using a meme of Katy Perry, I so badly don't want to be here anymore. I'm not cut out for this world. Like, I cannot afford to live at this rate. And I'm so close to selling my Katy ticket, with this meme of Katy looking quite dejected. And I mean, that's some heavy stuff right there, obviously. Katy Perry herself responds and says, but, oh, I'm covering her response. She says, but I am looking forward to seeing you! Exclamation mark. And this has caused like just web-wide meltdown of people saying Katy Perry is like the most out of touch. People using this as proof that like rich people do not care about us, which is true. Proof that Katy Perry is completely out of touch, which is true. All of these things are true that people are mad about, to the point where yes, you are literally getting entire articles written about this. But am I the only one who low-key just kind of thought Katy saw somebody saying, I don't want to live anymore, and just said, oh, but like, I want to see you? I don't know. Maybe I am just completely like brain rot approaching this, but I felt like I definitely understand people's frustration. Even in this Reddit post that I pulled this from right here, I think like all the top comments are comparing her to people saying like, no, don't kill yourself, you're so sexy, comparing her to like Khloe Kardashian with a horrible response. No, don't sell the ticket, I'm so excited to meet you, etc. Tone deaf final boss. Somebody in chats said, wait, I have two things I want to respond to. One person said, hey, D'Angelo, why have you been starting the streams earlier lately? No, I've been starting late. I have been starting my streams later. I've been like 10 and 15 minutes late, and I'm trying to fix that. But if I don't, that's okay. And then another comment I got said in all caps, how do I donate to the channel? You can't. Keep your money. But listen. Like, I think I agree with almost everything everyone is saying about like, she could just pay for the ticket. Rich people don't really care about you, etc. I just think if you're like a fan of a pop singer and you're posting, you know, that you're feeling this poorly, and then that person actually responds and says, oh, you're excited to see me, I'm excited to see you, it just kind of seems more like a poorly thought out response. I don't know. But yeah, I wanted to open with that one because I was just like, as somebody who just really does not rock with her, like her cringe history of some things that are actually deeply inappropriate, and then other things are just, they don't come across very well. I was like, I didn't feel as mad about this as everybody else did. Somebody said she was definitely coming from a good place, but the delivery was tone deaf. Yeah, no, for sure. Someone said, there's no way she's managing her own social media. Oh, someone said, I think people expect the 5 minutes to gather up. Oh, yeah, no, I was missing my 5-minute countdown timer on this one because my computer started bugging out. Reading chat. Someone said, I think it's poorly thought out, but I don't think it came from a place of being out of touch or inappropriate. Yeah, that's kind of exactly how I felt. Dude, people were mad. And you know, the thing is too, like, I don't really at this point blame anybody for being mad or just directing their anger towards celebrities over anything, because the wealth disparity it's aggravating. And so I understand where people are coming from, but at the same time, someone said, didn't you say Elon Musk was her idol? Yeah, no, I'm literally defending this one instance of a comment. I'm purposely bringing this up before the Timothée Chalamet stream because it's quite important for me to stress. You're going to get this exact same thing on a larger scale. Someone said that's how being out of touch works. No, I agree. Okay, hold on. I guess I should use much more specific language here. Half of the people on the internet thought that she said this because the only reason she doesn't want this fan to kill themselves is so that Katy Perry can get a ticket sale. I don't think that's what happened. And so out of touch or whatever language that you want to use, etc. I agree. Like I said, I think I agree with the vast majority of people who are criticizing her. Sometimes I feel like it becomes so impossible to even guess that somebody could possibly have had a different intention behind what they were saying, etc. And that is low-key one of my minor points in this Timothée Chalamet video that you're going to get in about 20 minutes or so. If you're just here for me to say, like, 100%, I hate everything that he said, and there's no possible way that, like, he meant good or any of whatever. Like, this might actually be a really disappointing or excruciating watch for you. But I do want you to know that, like, it's literally not coming. It's literally not coming from a place of defending. In a larger context, I don't think people are mad about what Timothée Chalamet actually said. Does that make sense? It's kind of the same thing. People here are listing a lot of bad things that Timothée Chalamet has said. Yeah, or that Katy Perry has done. Yeah, no. I'm purposely playtesting right now before the Timmy stream. Playtesting a little bit of nuance. Is it possible that this was just a horribly misguided attempt at essentially trying to give somebody another reason to, like, stay here and stay strong? Or is it not? You know what I mean? As somebody who Katy doesn't pay his bills at all, I don't really care either way. But yeah, no, I worry. Maybe not about this live chat specifically. Because I think that in general, y'all are usually pretty good at least letting me explain where I'm coming from. But, like, people are so vitriolic. Someone said, what about the 14 cents part? We're going to talk about the 14 cents part. You know me. Let's talk about all of it. We'll talk about what Timothée Chalamet said, why people are responding the way that they did, what he did that was wrong, etc. But, like, I think every now and then I run into an issue as a content creator where my actual perspective on this absolutely does not match the level of outrage that the people I'm talking about are bringing to the table. And then, like clockwork, whenever that happens, I usually get people saying that, like, I'm running defense for the celebrity out of, like, some sort of secret stan position or whatever. So I know that that's going to happen because I'm sorry, this is overblown. It truly is. It doesn't mean that it's not an important conversation to have, specifically referring to Timothée Chalamet in this case. And he was also wrong and gave a bad interview, as he always does, because he's just really annoying and full of himself. And that's kind of going to be the main point of my video. But, like, also, the internet did the thing where it was just I don't know, man. Anyways, Someone said I wouldn't have had an issue with what he said if not for the fact that his mother, sister, and grandmother are or were professional ballet dancers and saying what he did so close to the Oscars. No, I also have that point in my outline too, as well. Someone said we always knew D'Angelo was a secret Katy Perry fan. No, please. Someone said I think it's weird people are blaming the Kardashians for his behavior. He's a 30-year-old man. Okay, I don't have that point in my outline, but that's a really good point. Actually, in general, I want to show you something right now. I want to show you something about the Kardashians because I think that this is interesting. Timothée Chalamet. We're going to talk about his horrible comments about people who choose not to have kids as well. Bleak. BuzzFeed. I may actually genuinely be able to show you this in real time. All right, Timothée Chalamet made some blunt comments about people who don't have kids, and it's a divisive take. And I'm reading these comments as I do, because sometimes people just take, sometimes people provide additional stuff or whatever. And somebody said, God, where was the comment? Oh, BuzzFeed, please, no, stop it. Here we go. Somebody said, well, I think it's bleak to be dating a worthless plastic sex doll who's only rich because her sister screwed the right people in front of the right cameras. But here you are, man. And I pressed the wrong button. The quote unquote worthless plastic sex doll that they would be referring to in this point would be Kylie Jenner. And now listen. I have as much, if not more, criticism for the Jenner family than your average person, because I really don't think that their appropriation of Black culture gets talked about enough. They get way too much of a pass. However, in y'all's attempt to allegedly call these things out, it is really crazy how just quickly this turns into insane misogyny. Okay, I don't like Kylie Jenner either. I think I would be a happier person if I never had to read another headline featuring Kylie Jenner doing anything ever. I don't like her at all, genuinely. I think she's done irreparable harm. Genuinely, just unbelievable amounts of damage to so many different groups of people. And yet, if you actually think for a moment, I'm going to reduce an actual real human woman to status of worthless sex doll, you can't just use your justified criticism of somebody to turn into a bigot. And it happens so often with Kylie Jenner, where I think a lot of this Timothée Chalamet discourse is getting put on her plate right now. And it's Kylie Jenner did not ruin Timothée Chalamet. Why is there always some woman behind the scenes who is the reason for why this man is behaving badly? This is insane. He's not a child. He's older than me. I'm 27. He's 30 at this point. But yeah, there's a lot of discourse, which I didn't even bother getting into in the video that we're going to go through today of this is Kylie Jenner's fault, coming from these very same people who are just literal misogynists and don't realize it because they use women being bad as examples of saying horrible things. But anyways, someone said that man is fully capable of taking his own image. Yeah, no, this has nothing to do with Kylie Jenner. Now, granted, that being said, I still think it's very trashy to associate with the Jenner family because they are deeply unethical and immoral. Yes, it does say something about him that he would be dating this person, but again, to attribute this person's problems to this effectively random woman, people are so quick to do that. For real. His stands are really bad about that too. It's Kylie. But yeah, I wanted to show y'all this. As a real life example of things that I see a lot. I know in the past I've talked about this vaguely, and I feel like I was doing a really bad job of explaining, it's annoying being in commentary and trying to make videos where you're just talking about, I think Kylie Jenner is problematic, but on some level you are also getting these people who would go online and say this woman is a worthless plastic sex doll. And it's I don't want y'all and how can I estrange myself from the actual people who are just making everything worse. Honestly, I don't know, what kind of flag do I need to wave? How do I virtue signal in a way where we can stay on topic and criticize women, for example, without being misogynist, or criticize these other people without devolving into this, that, the other? I'm just like, God, like, you're on a post, you've got the right spirit, you're on a post criticizing Timothée Chalamet's horrible comments about people who choose not to have kids, which is obviously a bad take, and yet you're in here spewing things that are honestly as bad as things that I see in other places. I'm just like, buddy, I hate it so bad. But yeah, that's also, again, why I'm trying to be an equal opportunity hater on the D'Angelo channel. I'll be looking for those problematic men, and I'm like, you're finna get a whole video. Charlie Puth, you're getting a whole video today, because I cannot just be that dude who's like, oh, women are bad again. We all hate women. Wink, wink, wink. It's exhausting. Stop being misogynist. You will stop being racist. Oh, by the way, people also do this with racism. Really bad. Really, really, really bad. You will be supposedly progressive, and you'll be in a space where people are mostly saying good things. Like, oh, no, you shouldn't force a woman to have children or whatever. But because the person in question who did something that is wrong is black or person of color, whatever they are, you're going to suddenly start being hella racist and nasty. God, I see that a lot too. And it pisses me off. I don't have an example of that right now, because again, I was mostly looking at Timothée, who is white. But like, dude, y'all be quick with that one. And I'm just like, oh, get out of my hair, please. I don't have any hair. There's no more hair left for y'all to get out of, and I still need you to back up. Please. Anyways, someone said the Oreo coconut stuff. Yeah, no, I hate all of that, for real. Someone said, hi, I just got here. Can someone give context? You're basically just getting a few qualms before my stream starts, where I'm explaining that, like, there's a few things we're not going to do during the stream, which is be awful towards it. It's okay. Don't worry about the context. You could just go back and watch it. You could just go back and watch it. But yeah, no, I was like, a worthless plastic sex doll. That's a crazy comment to read about a human being, ever, under any context. It doesn't matter how bad this person really truly is. I just can't believe this is where we're at right now, man. Knock it off. Stop it. Get some help, for the love of God. Okay, I have another one for you. Did y'all know that Hugh Jackman was low key like the worst? Did y'all know this? I didn't know this. So I thought people were, I don't know. I guess because I didn't know anything about the man himself. I was just like, Hugh Jackman, Wolverine? Yeah, I love Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman is great, right? And then I recently saw, it was a couple days ago, Hugh Jackman performs at Rupert Murdoch's 95th birthday party. Fox News business magnate Rupert Murdoch's 95th birthday party. And then people started saying like, oh no, like he's MAGA. He's been MAGA. And I was like, Hugh Jackman is not MAGA. I was like, leave this Australian man alone, please. But then I started looking into what people were saying, and I was like, oh no. Oh no. We don't talk politics. I gotta find this one comment, what he said about Ivanka Trump. I was like, oh dude, we are cooked. This is so scuffed. I can't find it. Wait, I swear to God, this was a 2018 article about his friendship with everything here is about, oh, here we go. I found it. Hugh Jackman on Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner friendship. We don't talk politics. He says, not just like random MAGA people, you're actually hanging out with the Trump family and the Fox News guy talking about like, oh, we're just friends because we're not political. This is from 2018, by the way. This is literally has been public knowledge for a long time. Years. People were saying like his friendship with Murdoch goes back to like the actual 2000s. And I was just like, not my Wolverine. But then it's like, that's why I got to stop being a parasocial doofus. My Wolverine. I don't know this man. This is some random old dude who honestly just I know nothing about. He gave a performance that I cared about a lot, actually, and is synonymous in my mind with something that is important to me, even though I'm not much of a Marvel head anymore. But like, God, I really do not know these people, and I never will. I can't believe this. And I like to think of myself, by the way, as somebody who is not swayed by parasocial stuff, even though I clearly am, because I run a channel where we talk about anytime a celebrity does something ever. But I think I'm usually trying to come at things from the point of like, we don't know these people. These people don't need, you know, our help or support. These people. But I still got really surprised by this. I was like, that just doesn't seem like something he would do. But then I was like, well, what do you know what he would do? You're acting just like the people you criticize. So I want you all to know, even if I appear to be level-headed at times or whatever, I'm just still a person with a mind and a brain that works just like yours. I have opinions and thoughts, and sometimes they're not rational. I can't believe this, man. But yeah, that is rough, buddy. That's really rough, buddy. Someone said the wackest showman now. Yeah, least great showman in this case. Oh, nah. Is no. Someone said the only person I'm parasocial with is myself. I got to boost my own self-esteem. You should be a stan of yourself. Here, I'm going to give you some inspiration right now. There's this group called Muna. They're really good, by the way, pop group. And they have this one song called, I don't actually remember what it's called. It's called Number One Fan. All right. I heard this song for the first time years ago, and I took it to heart. I took it seriously. It's saying, I've been looking at myself in the mirror saying, don't leave me now. And I turn around like, oh my God, like, I'm your number one fan. So iconic, like big, like Stan. Like, I would give my life just to hold your hand. I'm your number one fan. You have to be this way to yourself. You literally have to be this way to yourself. Because let me tell you right now, no one else finna do it for you. You gotta be like, I'm really that guy, or whatever your gender is. I feel like guy is pretty gender neutral. Here's the bad news. I'm coming for everyone, and I'm coming on strong. New hair, new shoes. I get what I like because I do what I want. You know, just be him. No matter what your pronouns are, be him. Literally him. Also, I would like to show you today's meme of the day. I thought it would be fun if we just started doing a meme of the day so we could really set the tone for the stream. Granted, if I come on Saturday and I forgot that I said this today on Thursday and you're like, where's the meme of the day? And I didn't actually pull one, you can't blame me for that. But starting today, I would like to give you our meme of the day. Wait, let me find it. Oh, yes, here it is. Okay. This is pretty much where I'm at this lovely Thursday. My pronouns are none. Please do not refer to me. Even better, do not perceive me. For practical purposes, I don't exist. That's today's meme. I woke up very much feeling like nothing. Just like, I woke up feeling very blank today. And I was like, you know what? I don't even have pronouns anymore. I mean, I do. They're still he, him. Don't like get them wrong. But this is the vibe for the rest of the week, probably. I don't foresee anything changing from this energy this Friday or Saturday or Sunday. So that's what we got today. Meme of the day. I really like this one. I have a folder now and I have some other ones that I can't wait to show you, but one thing at a time. At first I was going to do like, oh, we'll do multiple memes out of the day. But then I was like, we're going to run out. What are you doing, D'Angelo? That's not a smart idea. Someone said my pronouns aren't. Exactly. What are my pronouns? I'll let you know if I ever decide on any. My non-binary motto, same. I see you. I see you. All right. Someone say, hey, who up derealizing? Bro, it really be like that. Or it doesn't be like that. I just don't be at all. I really don't. All right. Anyways, I think we're ready to start. Somebody said the audio isn't synced. Please fix it. You have to fix it. You have to use the power vested in you as an internet user. Here, I'll pull up the notepad. Refresh the page if you are lagging. Does anybody... Or is this a problem for everybody? Hold on. Testing 1, 2, 3. Clap, clap. If it's lagging for everyone, let me know. But if it's not lagging for everyone, that usually means you got to refresh the page a bit. Someone said it's synced for me. Yeah. Use the refresh. Restart YouTube. Yeah. Also, this is a great time to refresh the page because you're not going to miss anything. Let me drink some water. Someone said I did that. It didn't work. Oh, that's so weird. Low-key lag, it's synced for me. No, it's fine. Yes, no, we're synced. It's delayed. Oh, gosh, this sucks really bad. Yeah, sorry. There's not much I can do about that. It's almost a half a second. Lagging for me in the UK. Refresh worked. Someone said the refresh worked. Somebody said the refresh worked. Try again. Someone said sometimes you have to fast forward. Yeah. Oh god, that's so weird. Yeah, sorry. I wish everybody could just have the same experience while I'm streaming. That's the rough thing is like from a technology standpoint, I'm just one source projecting an experience. Then any number of hundreds or thousands of people are getting various versions of that depending on their specific connection with YouTube, and it's just it can be a whole mess, man. It can be a whole mess. Someone said my refresh didn't work. Yeah, I'm really sorry. But hopefully, even if you are still dealing with lag, it's not too much. Someone said it's kind of always delayed. That's so interesting. Anyway, I'm going to have to look into that. That really sucks. It's just really tricky because then if I start adjusting it, everybody who just said it's fine for them, it's not going to be fine for them anymore. And then it's like, what do I really do? Someone said the fast forward worked, and then the person under there said it didn't work, but I'll deal. Yeah, you just got to deal. I'm very sorry about that. It is always delayed. That's so weird. Always delayed for me too. Someone said take on Doja Cat's response to Timothy Chalamet. We'll get into that. It's in my outline. It's not so bad. I won't be actively looking at the screen most likely anyway. Yeah. It's working fine. God. Where are the delayed people watching from? Someone asked. Yeah, this is so odd. Someone said if you have Bluetooth headphones, there's going to be delay. That's true too, for sure. All right. It's okay. Someone said it's okay, D'Angelo. We still love you as long as you don't go bald. Have I got some news for you? It's such a slight delay. 0.1 second delay between your mouth and the audio. Oh god, that's so weird. All right. Anyways, I'm going to try to stop hyperfixating on or fixating on this idea of imperfection. God, hold on. Okay, you know what? I'm curious. I'm way too curious about this. Let me go to my PC. I got to fix the audio so I can actually hear. Monitor and output. All right. I hate going to my channel while I'm live. It's so overwhelming. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and do this. No, I hate it. Okay, so this is me live right now. Oh god, the live chat is so big. Wait, I don't hear anything. Oh, I'm muted. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and do this. No, I hate it. Okay, so this is me live right now. Oh god, the live chat is so big. Wait, I don't hear anything. Oh, I'm muted. Okay, hold on. There is a little bit of a delay. And I don't... It's really... On my end, it's really slight. Hold on. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and do this. No, I hate it. Okay, so this is me live right now. Oh god, the live chat is so big. Wait, I don't hear anything. Oh, I'm muted. Okay, hold on. There is a little bit of a delay. And I don't... It's really... On my end, it's really slight. It's really slight. Essentially, it's like the audio needs to be delayed a little bit, and then I would feel better, and I can stop. I can finally stop thinking about this forever. And I can be like, well, you know what? It's not delayed on my end, so I don't care anymore. Okay, so if I go to my advanced audio properties, there's this thing called sync offset, but you know what the problem is? I don't know which way it goes. I currently have my sync offset set to like 120 milliseconds. I'm also really worried that if I change this, it's going to crash OBS and then my stream is going to end, which is going to do much more damage than a delay ever could. Hold on. OBS sync offset. Also, if some of you are in chat right now and you're just like, D'Angelo, this doesn't matter, or it's okay, would you just, stream? I cannot. I can't do it. That's why, on some level, I'm in this position. I can't. I don't move on from things like this. It's never going to happen. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to see exactly how I should change this. It says a common starting point from microphone/webcam lag is a 50 to 200 millisecond delay. You know what the problem is? I don't know how long a millisecond is. So, God, maybe if my audio is late, my audio is early, right? Someone said, do you ever talk about positive things? You must be new to the live stream. I talk about positive things all the time. I talk about Final Fantasy. I talk about games that I like. Sometimes I talk about music, making music. Do I talk about a lot of positive things? No. I have fairly limited scope in my interests and stuff. Someone said go to 50 and then go to 200 and then see what happens. Okay, I'm going to start by going to 200 first. Lord, if this causes a crash, though, I'm going to crash out. Okay. Please. Okay. I changed it. I put it on 200. I put it on 200. Is this... Did I fix it? Did it get worse? I need some feedback right now. Is this closer to how it should be? What's really weird is I feel like now I'm lagging in OBS, so looking at myself is really disorienting, and I won't do that. But, testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Clap, 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 clap. Bop, 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 bop. Someone said it's better. Is it better? Okay. Someone said it's great. Someone said it's worse. Someone said there's no delay. Better. Someone said it's so close. Okay, listen. I will take better. I will take better for now. And I guess... Yeah, I'll take better. I'm sorry if this made things worse. Someone said, now you're lagging for me. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Someone said it's the same. Okay, that I find hard to believe. It may be the same for you, but this should definitely be different. All right, we're gonna move on. Someone said, God, no, please move on. Baby, I don't move on. I don't move on. Here's the thing that I really need y'all to understand. Like, seriously need y'all to understand. This is actually my job. If your job was cake making and you had to decorate the cakes, and every time you drew, let's say, a cursive R, your cursive R's came out looking horrible. So you keep turning out these cakes and they're mostly beautiful, but they say happy birthday because you just do not know how to do an R in cursive. No decent cake decorator is going to be like, it's okay that my R's are not popping when all of the rest of this cake is on point. It's on fire. You're going to have to slow down and fix those R's. And so right now I'm just fixing the R's because like the thought of small bugs that lower the user experience for everybody just really has no place in my mind. I don't care about anything else in this world besides my job. So I cannot move on. I would rather die. I would literally, and now I know it sounds like I'm crashing out, but I would actually genuinely rather die than put out content that has like these little bugs that I could easily fix. That's the thing that I've never been able to explain to anybody about my time on YouTube. I've never actually been able to explain it. Because I feel like no one ever believes me. The people in my personal life are like, oh, you put like a lot of effort into this. And I'm like, I would rather die if I wasn't doing a good job at this. I would rather die than have bad content go out. This is why I can't let other people edit my videos. I ship them off to get edited and then I get sent them back and I'm like, you did a really good job, but let me go ahead and go back and edit this myself. And I don't even do crazy editing for these videos either. I just cut them. But yeah, I would be a horrible person to work with because I'd just be like, just fix it. Nah, just fix it. Nah, just fix it. Nah, we're not going to go live with that. Just fix it. Nah, just fix it. That's just how my brain works. Anyways, someone said the video's behind now, but I think the audio is behind before. Try 170. What? Okay, hold on. I'm going to test it myself. Let me try doing a monologue and then we're going to watch my monologue live. What monologue should I read? I actually don't know anything. I don't know any quotes by heart. I don't know any speeches. Let me see. Famous speeches. This is so stupid, by the way. This is the dumbest content I've ever put out. Here we go. I'll read Abraham Lincoln's. No. Sojourner Truth. Okay, do we have like a snippet from this? All right. Maybe there's no single undisputed official version of truth speech. All right. I'm going to read this. I want to say a few words about this matter. I have as much muscle as any man and can do as much work as any man. I have plowed and reaped and husked and chopped and mowed. And can any man do more than that? I have heard much about the sexes being equal. I can carry as much as any man and can eat as much too, if I can get it. I am as strong as any man that is now. All right. Now I'm going to watch that live and see if it's garbage or not. Thank you, Sojourner Truth, for that rousing speech. Literally. Okay. Oh, God. Why? Okay, hold on. I gotta refresh. You Sojourner Truth for that rousing speech. Literally. Dude, it's so much worse now. It got worse. It's 100% worse than it was before. There's no single undisputed official version of truth speech. All right. I'm gonna read this. I have as much muscle as any man and can do as much work as any man. I have plowed and reaped and husked and chopped and mowed. And can any man do more than that? I have heard much about the sexes being... It would be such a good day to just not have any of these problems. I swear to God, it got worse, but somebody said it got better for you. It got better for you. Well, you know what the thing is too, though? I just remembered. I also have a delay on my own audio. because like I'm streaming, my audio is being captured by, you can't see it, in Elgato Neo, and so I'm not even hearing at the actual speed of anything. I always have a delay. Someone said it's worse on yours than on mine. Yeah, no, I just don't think I'll be able to fix it, honestly. Someone said let it go. Y'all just don't get it. Y'all just don't get it. I think the thing is too, someone says it's bad for me, it's worse for me. It's funny because a lot of Timothée Chalamet's comments that we're going to get into today, which I think are just really cringe and annoying, are revolve around him trying to say like, no, y'all don't get it, I'm trying to be the greatest of all time. And like that's not a useful message for most people to hear, especially when you've had more like opportunity than any one person has the access to. No wonder greatness is on the table for you. But on some level, you do kind of have to be NBA coded. You have to be kind of NBA coded and be like, I want to be the greatest to ever do it. That's okay though. Somebody said at this point, you're just going in circles. Please move on. I don't think that y'all realize that the more you say move on, I extend this segment by like another 2 minutes. Because I think if you were ever going to learn about how my brain works, this is a really, really, really great time. You will effectively never be able to suggest to me that I should move past something, and I'm going to move past it because you suggested I do it. That's just, on some level, I would actually blame my neurodivergence. Now I know I'm getting really annoying. On some level, I think I'm way too neurodivergent to move on from things despite people's insistence, no matter how much it annoys you. This is an example right now of how I come across to people in real life and why I've struggled a lot throughout the years. Because, like, what does move on mean? Why would I let something exist in a state in which it could be better when I have the ability to fix it? You know what I mean? I hate myself sometimes for being like this, but like, I can't move on. What does move on mean? Are you hungry? Do you need to eat food? Or is someone going to say, oh, move on, don't eat that food, go starve? That's like how I interpret these things. How can I move on from an audiovisual issue when I went to school for mass communication with a concentration in digital film and television production, and audio is the only thing I know, video is the only thing I know? I can't move on from this to anything else. My life is so insular. These are the only problems I actually like have control over. I can't fix the state of the world. I can't fix American politics, but I can maybe fix the audio on my live stream, even if it takes 25 minutes and everyone hates me by the end of it. But like, y'all really don't get it. Y'all really don't get it. Y'all do not understand. On some level, some of y'all do not understand what it's like, and that's okay. It's okay to not get how my brain works. But I think, if anything, I don't know. Should I just, I don't know. Half of people saying one thing, half of people saying the other thing. Someone said, I get you, I feel you. Yeah, no, it's, there's nothing for me to move on to. I don't have other thoughts or goals or intentions beyond fixing this one issue right now. So as an OCD girly, I feel this so hard. Yeah, no, like, I'm getting a little bit frustrated right now, and it's not your fault in a live chat. It's not one individual live chatter's fault for telling me to move on. And so I didn't even single you out. I'm not even going to read your username. It's okay. I'm just telling you right now, like, when it comes to things that I am actually obsessing over, I can't. If you ask me to do a standing jump 5 feet in the air, I can't do that either. There's just some things I can't do mentally. But that's okay. We're still fine. I hate when the things that I can't do pop up on screen and then you see like, oh, he is not functional at all. Actually, he is incredibly dysfunctional. But that's why I also think like the scale of like function, high function, this is why it's a really useless thing. Because even if I seem to y'all to be good or decent or like, oh, he's always on time. I can't think about anything else. Like, this just sucks so bad, honestly. I hate this idea. But that's okay, though. It doesn't matter. Some say we can vote on a poll. No, you can't. You don't have any power in the specific instance. I hold it all. And as you see, that's not a good thing because I'm just wasting everybody's time. But I'm just going to leave it the way it is, I guess. I'm going to leave it the way it is. Yeah, no, I get so pissy. Just, how do you explain this to somebody who is neurotypical? Does anybody have, it's not just a purely neurodivergent thing. I know that. But does anybody have tips? How do you explain to somebody, like, the thing that you're asking me to do? You might actually be making things worse by asking me to do this. It's okay. It doesn't matter at all. This is just, God. It's okay. And I already know people are going to be like, oh, he crashed out today, that Thursday. I'm literally not even crashing out either. These are just as normal parts of my thought process as me yapping about Timothée Chalamet. It's just how these things work. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and set myself a timer. And if I can't fix this by the end of the timer, we're going to go ahead and revert to it. This is called a coping mechanism. And if you're worried that this timer says 10 minutes and you say, oh, I'm going to leave, I really don't care at all. Let's go ahead and get that counting down. So we're currently at a 200 millisecond delay, which some people are saying is not enough. If I was to increase this to, say, let me see, advanced audio properties, I'm going to purposely put it to something that is obviously wrong. Just to see if it changes anything. Okay, we're now on a 1 second delay. Testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. I've purposely delayed the audio by 1 second. I would imagine that my audio is coming in too late. Does that sound about right? Is it bad? Did it get worse? I want to at least verify that I am making real changes. Is it horrible? Okay. Good. This is a good thing. This is good. That means that I do actually have some power to change the scenario. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change it to, okay. Now we're on a 0 millisecond sync offset. Is this still bad? I want to know if this is bad or if this is better, but not just better, like testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Somebody said not the chat delay and the audio delay. Yeah, no, I know, but I need to know now that it's at 0 milliseconds. I need the feedback. Someone said clap. There's no way that it's still bad. Someone's saying it's still bad. That's so interesting. But it's surely better though, right? Obviously. Some said still noticeable, but a little less so. This is so interesting. It's slightly off, but better. All right. Barely off, someone says. All right. So now, it's exactly the same. I feel like there's no way. There's no way. It's exactly the same. All right. So next, I'm going to go ahead and try. Wait, now that I have so the audio is early now. Is it though? That's what I want to know. The audio is before the video. If that's the case, that's a really easy fix. Chat, are you hearing me before you see my mouth move? If the audio is before the video, that just means I have to bump it up and not go above 200 milliseconds. Someone said it's better, but still bad. Yeah, no, I know. We're going to fix this. We have 7 minutes left, chat. We have 7 minutes left. Okay, so if my video is delayed, which is a really, like, not easy fix per se, then all I have to do is just kind of crank this up a little bit. I wonder. So y'all are saying, like, quarter of a second, maybe. Okay, here's the 250 millisecond delay, which I believe is a quarter of a second. 1, 2, 3. I've changed it to 250 on purpose. Which one is coming first, the chicken or the egg? Someone said audio before video. What about now, though? You said it's early now. What is early? I need to know. I need to know. Someone said it's pretty much perfect. Perfect. It's perfect. So good. Now we're moving on. Yeah, we're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. I'm not changing it. We're done. And listen, I figured it out early. We had 6 minutes to spare. I'm not changing it. I know that it's not absolutely perfect, but enough people say that this is fine. Moving on. But yeah, sorry. Even though, like, I do not have to apologize, but like, I am apologetic. I'm sorry. This kind of thing sucks really bad. Someone said the chat's super delayed. Well, that's always going to be delayed. It's always going to be delayed because it's just the nature of live streaming. But yeah, no, I'd be like in school, like failing over this or getting labeled like difficult as a child over things like this. And I'm just like, I'm sorry. I do not know how. I don't know how to move on from this. I don't understand how to do it. I'm so deeply envious of people, you know, who can just move on. I'm just like, God, what would that be like if I could do that even for one actual day? Just for a day, if I could just honestly be typical. Am I thinking, just to know what it's like? I think about that a lot. Just like, is it quieter? Do you hate yourself less? I just, because why? Also, another thing that annoys me too is why this literally always flips back into me sort of blaming myself when actually nothing that just happened was theoretically my fault. But like, now I just feel like I'm just putting out bad content and it's not true. I hate the circular thinking. All right. Pulling up my outline. OneDrive. Someone says so many people understand that exact feeling. Yeah. What we're dealing with right now is a little bit of tension between people who do understand that exact feeling and people who just think I've been ridiculous for the past, I don't know, probably 30 minutes. And that's okay. Someday we'll all understand. All right. So I've got my outline. My second monitor is still not working, but that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and start recording. All right. Everybody say hi. Everybody say hi to YouTube. That's quite enough with the audio issues. I'm over it. Say hi right now. All right. Let's go. I'm excited. Despite this, that is not enough to ruin my mood. Not even a little bit. Okay, stop recording. No, start recording. I come to you today, the 7,629,432nd person, to offer you an opinion about Timothée Chalamet and his recent statements about the ballet and the opera and just the downfall of it all. So if that sentence sounded like absolute word salad to you, I've said it before, I'll say it again, you are in the right place. We're going to talk about why people have been freaking out about this for literally a week, why Timothée Chalamet in general just kind of had this coming, if I'm being honest. I really not a fan. And what this means in terms of the arts, acting, certain arts being valued above others more. And I guess why I'm essentially, even though I may have a little bit of nuance to provide, I still aim to be one of Chalamet's biggest haters for unrelated reasons. All right. That was fun. I liked it. All right, chat. That's enough with the highs. Someone said I liked him before he started talking. You just set up my entire video. I have a comment right there that says I like Timothée Chalamet before he started talking. Actually, can I get a show of hands right now of people who agree with that statement? Is there anybody in chat right now who actually would have described themselves as a bit of a Chalamet fan? Maybe you even had a Chalamet era. Maybe you even had a little bit of Chalamet era, but just the more that you found out about this person, it was a no for you. Oh yeah. Okay, we're getting a show of hands. We're getting a show of hands right now. I don't know which way to point. Show of hands right now of people who may have even had a Timothée Chalamet appreciation era, but the moment he started speaking honestly, it just kind of evaporated like so much smoke. I don't think smoke evaporates, but the metaphor sounded cooler in my head. All right. Let's start there. What did Timothée Chalamet's reputation used to be like before it started circling the drain, if I'm being honest? All right. I'm excited. White Boy of the Month. Now, this is an article from 2019. This is a phase that this is a social media phenomenon that I have always had deeply mixed feelings about, but that's not my phrase. This is something that Twitter has deemed. At one point, Timothée Chalamet, and several points since, was the White Boy of the Month. Now, in general, I could do a whole separate video about my thoughts about White Boy of the Month, but in the interest of time, I will just say, personally, I have never understood the hype, but I can see how he fit the mold. And at one point, several years ago, due to Timothy's look, he got lumped in with the likes of Tom Holland. I could not name a single other person. Pete Davidson? What? When did that happen? Etc. Everybody was definitely in Timmy's corner at one point because he literally just stood around, looked pretty, and gave decent performances in his movies. I don't really think there was much to criticize that people were aware of. Somebody said that's a crazy concept. Someone said I hated that era. No, yeah, like... Okay, hold on. This isn't going to go in the video, probably, because I think this is a little too spicy for my general viewers, especially people coming into this video who don't know me. But I have always found this White Boy of the Month thing to be infuriating. I know actually that we have put Michael B. Jordan here as like a gag, haha. But honestly, it is almost always some random white man that everybody decides to stand for no reason. It's always contrived. And what really bothers me, I'm so sorry, it sounds like a celebration of mediocrity more than anything. You're just like, oh, he exists and is white, and that is enough for us to crown him the subject of our new I'm literally not blaming every single person who has ever liked Timothée Chalamet of this behavior, but it's a large thing under there. It's always bothered me. I've literally always been bothered by this White Boy of the Month thing. Also, I got to be really careful. With how I word this. I have to be really careful with how I word this. Lord, don't let this turn into a Timothée Chalamet moment where this gets clipped out of context and everyone hates me forever. I find that when you are considered a beautiful person, you have to be very deeply beautiful. Unless, of course, you fit the White Boy of the Month archetype, in which case you only need not be ugly. I've sat on this opinion for over 10 years. I've never said it online. I feel like it's going to get me jumped. I can feel 7 or 8 different fan bases coming for me right now to explain that I'm wrong. And no, actually, there's scraggly, scruffy, rat vibe man that they found at a gas station who also got famous somehow is the exception to the rule. But I actually genuinely believe that most of the White Boys of the Month that people elect, they're just not ugly. They're not even actually pretty. They're not even I literally cannot believe I'm saying this. I shouldn't have said it, but I'd be looking at these guys. And I'm just like, oh, he's just not ugly, and that's it. But then you look at what you have to do to be seen as hot in any other context, and you better be hot. You got to be popping, okay? But yeah, if that sounds like jealousy on my end, don't get it twisted, because I actually am hot. It's not coming from an angry, ugly dude or whatever. I'm just saying all of this is contrived to me from jump. I was never really in any of these people's corner just because they had a certain aesthetic. Oh my god, I finally said it. I'm so brave. Someone in chat said brave. No, I'm so brave for that, actually. I'm really proud of myself. I'm proud of myself for that take. But yeah, I'm probably not going to put that in the video, because then it's literally going to cast everything I say after this as hating. But anyways, we've been new. Now, with that being said, at this time, my personal thoughts on Chalamet were honestly just neutral as hell. I did not mind. My bad. I did not mind the guy. I actually did like some of his red carpet looks and stuff like that. I thought he was a cool figure or whatever. Then came pretty much one of the worst things that can happen to any celebrity. Well, no, because this thing that happens makes them a lot of money, but everyone hates them because of it. Oversaturation. So if we look around this era, Call Me By Your Name, he was in a movie called Beautiful Boy, apparently, etc., Little Women. He wasn't actually booking that many enormous jobs, right? Oh, Interstellar, that's a really good movie. But something shifted after Dune, okay? 2021, he stars as the lead in one of the biggest sci-fi films in recent memory, right? And then since then has been in Wonka, which I realize I completely underestimated this movie. In my mind, Timothée Chalamet's Wonka literally did not make any money. I was like, no one watched that. While I was just doing my little bit of research for this stream, I went to Wonka's page and I was like, wait, $635 million box office off of $125 million. Apparently this movie popped, which I had no idea about. But he had that going for him. He had Dune 2. Then he was in A Complete Unknown, which is a big deal because it's a biopic of one of the most popular musicians of all time, Marty Supreme, which he's been doing a lot of promo for. More Dune coming out later. And so we went from Timothée Chalamet being an idea, some sort of floaty apparition that would grace the red carpet occasionally, to being a very real person who has a lot to say. And some of those things people did not gel with, okay? Somebody said, I went to see Wonka. Yeah, no, I don't know why I thought it just did not do well. Also, you know what was really funny? This is old, and I don't even remember if I did a video on this or not. Either way, it doesn't matter. But do y'all remember the Willy Wonka experience? That was so funny. Does anybody remember this? Willy's chocolate experience? It was this awful, like, AI promoted event where you were supposed to show up and it was Willy Wonka themed. I think it was launched to take advantage of the Wonka movie popping off, but then all the advertising was like fake and people got there and it was so disappointing. They had it in some warehouse. They put like literally no work. Oh, okay. I shouldn't say they put no work into it, but compared to the images, it was very deeply underwhelming. And then somebody brought up the unknown. Yeah, wait, hold on. The unknown Wonka experience. One of the uncanniest things to ever happen. Is it this person? What? The unknown is the main antagonist of the 2024 event. Yeah, an evil chocolate maker that lives in the walls of Willy's factory. Dude. Was that real? I mean, obviously it happens, but that just seems like a fever dream. But anyways, those are my only thoughts on Wonka. Getting back into the oversaturation of it all. So here's the thing. oversaturation as an idea I find to be quite interesting. I still don't really think that's enough to dislike somebody. Oh no, somebody put out multiple albums in a row, we hate them. Somebody was in too many movies. It was the fact that this entire time, because you have multiple films coming out simultaneously, he was doing multiple press runs consecutively, and he really just kept putting his foot in his mouth. All right, let's see. Getting into the arrogance of it all. So even though I literally just trash talked BuzzFeed, but actually I like this article. BuzzFeed has just pulled a few clips here. Wait, someone said he was in Dune. Yeah, he was. That's probably the main thing that people know him from. BuzzFeed has just pulled a few quotes of how Timothée was talking during these press tours, and I'm sorry, buddy. This was never really going to work out for you. So he said, he's really in the pursuit of greatness. He said during an award speech, which is fine. I'm in the pursuit of greatness as well. I want to be one of the GOATs, right? Going on to say, people don't usually talk like this, but I want to be one of the greats. I know the classiest thing would be to downplay the effort that went into this role and how much this means to me. But the truth is, this was 5.5 years of my life. I poured everything I had into playing this incomparable artist, Mr. Bob Dylan, a true American hero. And it's like, okay, maybe take 5 to 10% off. But no, you know what? I don't want to box Timmy in. Live your truth. But then you just kind of keep getting this sort of thing. At one point later, he says he doesn't want people to take his top of the line performances for granted. This is probably my best performance. It's been like 7-8 years that I feel like I've been handing in really, really committed top of the line performances. And it's important to say it out loud because the discipline and work ethic that I'm bringing to these things, I don't want people to take it for granted. I don't want to take it for granted. This is really some top level stuff. Well, where do I start with this? Far be it from me, somebody with no acting skill or talent, to really offer any sort of critique of Timothée Chalamet's acting. I think I can offer a critique from a PR perspective. This is bound to be quite off-putting to people, and also it takes so many other people for him to be in his position. I think the me, I was really just rubbing people the wrong way. And then the one where I was just like, okay, buddy, I really can't do this. Going on and talking about like wanting his movies to win awards, which again is totally fine. The bigger, more important thing is I want the movie to succeed. I want everything to win in the film industry. But then, this is so funny. The truth is, with Marty Supreme, his most recent movie, I feel confident to the degree that by next summer, I don't know, man, should I not be saying this? I feel like I'm confident I know what it's going to be next summer. All but saying he's going to get that Oscar, he believes. And you know what? He may. I didn't watch the movie. Let's see. Where was the one where he talked about working harder than anybody he knew? Oh, but the one where I was just like, I can't take this seriously. I know it's not normal to talk about yourself like this, he says to a different publication at a different time, in French this time. But I knew I had a pretty unique talent, and I know that I work harder than almost everyone I know. So says Timothée Chalamet. And dude, you gotta shut up a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a tad. I think... Can I offer a perspective on this as a creative person who does take his job very seriously? Here's the thing that I think is usually missing from these contexts, and this is just my opinion. I actually do work pretty darn hard. I know for sure. I'm about to sound a lot like Timothée Chalamet, but work with me through this entire statement. I know for sure as an influencer, I'm definitely supposed to be like, no, my job is easy. It's cushy. It is cushy, but it's not exactly easy. It's a job. All dream jobs are jobs, right? And I actually have worked very hard for a very long time, but I have been lucky enough for the work that I've done to actually have this effect that goes far beyond anything I could have, you know, really hoped for, I guess. A lot of people work really hard, and a lot of people work harder than me. And there's just things aren't in the same place as they were for me exactly. So whereas, yes, I'm proud of the work that I do and will always be, there's literally so much privilege, luck, and fortune that I can never take for granted and will never take for granted. So I don't know. Maybe I think you can say everything that you want to say without actually coming across as like this. I think this is really just off-putting. Also, the first thing that people are going to do is start making comparisons of like, oh, what about people in the medical field? Or what about teachers? Or I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how many hour days you work. There are so many more people who work harder than Timothée Chalamet probably in his own life that he's unaware of. Somebody said, try being an influencer for a day. Yeah, no, there's really only so much sympathy. I mean, he's not begging for sympathy, but there's really only so much you can get away with this kind of thing, right? Anyways. Someone says, is he annoying? Yes. Is he talented? Yes. Yeah, no, for real. So all this to say, the it boy to, I don't know, try hard pipeline for Timothée has been kind of excruciating to watch. I've been on the sidelines after every interview, just like, Timothée, please stop going on people's podcasts and explaining to them how talented you are. Nobody is going to think that this is a good thing after the second, third, fourth, or fifth time. Okay. But all of this is very necessary context before I start getting into the comments that pissed everybody off about ballet and opera. Let's go ahead and watch this clip. Alright, so I'll give you a little bit of context. This is Timothée talking to Matthew McConaughey on a panel about movies, etc. Hold on, it's kind of blurry. Oh no, it's fine. Oh, that's much better. Movies, etc. And they get into a discussion about how do you, this is actually an interesting discussion. How do you strike a balance between doing things that are popular and things that are serious when you're an artist, right? So here. I'm going to do volume up a little bit. Yeah.
Wave a flag of
nope, it's still super quiet. Okay, hold on. Volume master.
Hey, this is a serious movie or something.
Okay, that's a little bit better. We'll do one more little boost. I should have just done 350 off the dome. That was my guess. It's usually right. All right, make this a little bit bigger. All right, take it away, Timmy. Take it away, Timmy.
And you know, but it does take you having to wave a flag of, hey, this is a serious movie or something. And some people want to be entertained and quickly. I'm really right in the middle, Matthew, because I admire people, and I've done it myself, to go on a talk show and go, hey, we got to keep movie theaters alive. You know, we got to keep this genre alive. And another part of me feels like if people want to see it, like Barbie, like Oppenheimer, they're going to go see it and go out of their way to be loud and proud about it. And I don't want to be working in ballet or opera or, you know, things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though no one cares about this anymore. All respect to the ballet and opera people out there. I just lost 14 cents in viewership. But, damn, I just took shots for no reason.
That's not a shot. I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Look at that face right there. That's definitely the face of somebody who realizes they just messed up. But let's get into it. Actually, before I get into it, let me show you how people responded to this. That's oh god. So besides, I'll give you a rundown of people who have responded to this. Besides many ballet dancers, besides many opera singers, including some of the greatest to ever do it, besides Timothy's actual high school principal opining on this, random people who have nothing to do with this, like Jamie Lee Curtis, I don't know, Doja Cat was there, everybody on the internet with an internet connection hearing the great Timothée Chalamet say he would not want to be in ballet or opera because nobody cares about those things. I understand and I agree. I personally believe that in the context of Timothée Chalamet specifically saying this, it came across horribly. You can't be like mad that people are interpreting it this way when it's coming from this source and was delivered with such, I don't know what the word I want to use is, irreverence, honestly, to something that people do take so seriously. They dedicate their entire lives to it. Saying no one cares about it is truly not fair. Someone said, why is Jamie Lee Curtis there? Dude, I don't know. We'll get into that in a second. That being said, in the interest of context, which I do always try to provide, if you actually were to watch the full clip, which I don't recommend, honestly, and go back, it does literally come up because they were talking about how Netflix does movies versus more long form movies, and how when you do create things that are popular or whatever, you have to make some concessions to what people are actually wanting to watch. People want to watch things the way that they are on Netflix. And Timothy was essentially saying, like, I want on some level to be like, yeah, these are serious things that I'm doing. But on the other hand, I also want people to watch the darn movies. That way it doesn't turn into something where you're struggling to get people in theaters, even though people are struggling to get people in theaters. So it wasn't exactly in the same context as his comments about working harder than other people, this, that, the other. I don't think he was actually coming for opera and ballet specifically. I just think it doesn't even matter. And his wording of no one cares, he was kind of doomed for the start. doomed from the start. Reading chat right now, reading chat. Someone said he's just jealous. Yeah, no, I think the context makes his comments a little more sensible. And I don't think there was ever a chance of this coming across the right way. Reading. Someone said this art form is more valid because it makes more money. That's the thing that I don't feel like that's what he was saying. I don't. I have to disagree with the majority of people on the internet on this one. I was not reading this as a comparison of art forms, but rather a comparison of their commercial viability and how that plays into choices that are made beforehand of who you're actually marketing that art towards. Still does not mean this was a good statement. I think his statement was garbage. And immediately following it up with, oh, I just lost 14 cents in viewership. You are still smarmy. You are still on some level seeing yourself as bigger than the thing that you're talking about. This is why people are seeing this as punching down, because you are, and you are on some level aware of this, is how I feel. What do you think about this? we got to discuss this a little bit, because I'm going to show you like 4 or 5 or 6 different opinions before we get into this, but I want to give you mine first. Someone said it was insensitive and rude. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I really, really do. Someone said it's the confidence that he speaks with that is so annoying too. Yeah, no, for sure. Someone said the viewership comment sealed it. Yeah, no, like, broski, you really do see yourself as more important. The self-aggrandizement is what is annoying to people, regardless of his actual intention of comparing or not comparing art forms. Someone said he needs media PR training. Yeah. Unearned elitism from a controversial dude. Yeah. Someone said the delivery was bad, but I low-key see what he was saying. The arts are historically underfunded and more niche. Yeah, here. I want to do an experiment right now. Can I be Timothée Chalamet for you all? I want to test something. I want to try something out. And you got to let me know if this works for you. I'm going to put on my Timothée Chalamet glasses. Well, which for me would be taking off my glasses because he doesn't wear glasses. I'm going to try to deliver this statement from my POV, and then you let me know how you feel about this. Yes, Matthew, and thank you for acknowledging that I am the greatest to ever do it. But it is an interesting conversation when it comes to commercial viability versus artistic integrity. When you have things like ballet that actually have a really deep emphasis on artistic integrity and do not necessarily translate to commercial viability, I have to be honest and say, I don't know if that's something I want to pursue. I do want butts and seats. It is important to me for my things to be popular. So whereas I respect this art form, or whereas I don't mean disrespect towards it, I think I'm more of a numbers guy. I think, like, for the love of God, he could have said it in any other way, and I don't think this would have been as big of a problem, because the thing that he's saying is literally not, like, wrong. It's not incorrect. I don't actually think Timothée Chalamet was wrong, but I think a lot of the people who were saying like, oh, well, he wasn't wrong, they're being really dismissive of the fact that he was still being kind of nasty for no reason to people who care about things. So there's your nuance, chat. I'm really trying to be honest with you. I know I could have sat here and just been like, no, I don't even know what he was talking about. Like, I know what he was saying. It's just, you said that so nasty, and then in the context of you constantly saying nasty things, of course everybody hated this statement, and it deserves the backlash that it's getting, in my opinion. Someone say you could have said nothing. Well, let's talk about that. How, like, from this standpoint right here, or wait, not the standpoint, this setup. Wait, I just need like a long shot. Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to find a long shot. Oh, there we go. You were doomed from the start. You had two men sitting around with microphones. You can't see the microphones because they're lav mics. They're lav mics, but two men with microphones is literally never, ever, ever, ever a setup for a productive conversation. Never in the history of the world has this ever resulted in a single good take. Actually, I take that back. Let me show you the one time this has ever worked out well for anybody. Let's see. The only time two men sitting around in front of microphones talking about things that other people do worked out well was when I collaborated with Foreign Fridays, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. Our collaboration was super hot fire, actually, and we didn't miss. That was a great video. But what y'all got to understand is that we're different. These other men with microphones, they're not like us. They're not built like us. They were really, it was over. They were competing for second, and that's on period. Also, I see other people listing good sources. Yeah, we're not the only decent ones with mics. There are some out there who manage to not put their foot in their mouth, but just give your average guy long enough, and he's finna say something that everybody's gonna hate. We got to retire the entire format. We have to retire the entire format. Anyways, wait, I want to read this. Someone said, I did ballet for 8+ years. I get the point he was trying to make, but I think using ballet as a comparison was the incorrect one to make. The two aren't comparable. I agree. Yeah, there's just truly no reason for him to say that. And he even said at the end, oh, I just took shots for no reason. Well, actions meet consequences. Now, let's get into some of these responses though, because people were mad, and I'm like, that's good. I like seeing people care about things that are important to them. Saying no one cares when you have people, I'm pulling this from the BBC, Canadian mezzo-soprano Deepa Johnny describing the comments as a disappointing take. Jamie Lee Curtis, we'll get there in a second. Johnny saying artists should come together across disciplines to uplift these forms of art. I agree. Why can't everybody eat? Why does it have to be that some things languish and some things don't? I think in general, though, I struggle. Some say, have we talked about how his mother works in ballet? I will in a second. In general, though, I struggle with like this conversation a lot. Hold on. I need to drink some more water, man. Like, I think part of the reason this is blown up so much is because it's a very emotional issue, even though it doesn't seem like it is. And people have been talking about what qualifies as art or what forms of art are more valid than others for a very long time. It's been commonly used to dismiss people or dismiss their interests as being less important. And I think this is one of the few things where I don't even know how I feel about this one yet. You know, take Marvel movies, for example. A lot of people bring up Marvel and they're like, Marvel is ruining cinema. This is a really commonly repeated thing by people in film. And it's like, I suppose, but people also do watch those movies. I think this is a thing where like I just don't know how to feel yet. Excuse me. I'm sure at some point I will come to a more cogent stance on this whole like commercial viability versus artistic integrity debate that you get. I'm definitely not a Marvel defender. I don't even watch those movies anymore. I don't care about them at all. And I haven't in almost 10 years, but like, I don't know. It's just really tricky. So I think part of the reason this popped off is because people have been talking about this on some level or another for a very long time. And now you're getting the popular movie guy suggesting on some level that what he's doing is more relevant than things that have existed long before the cinema. Someone said Marvel isn't ruining things. Disney is. Well, yeah, I would agree. Disney ruins every single property that they pick up, honestly, which is so annoying because they want to pick up every single property. Someone said, I get you. Art has so many different mediums. I don't understand the point of calling an art form to be useless when it resonates with so many. Even if they resonated with few, it's still valid. Okay, yeah, hold on. You're going to get a horrible take from me right now. You're actually going to get a really bad take immediately. And I think I've said this before, and people online were just like, no, this is a horrible take. Despite me literally like despising Disney and all of these things, I do feel like Marvel movies are kind of overhated, or they're overly blamed for changes in audience taste. I've said that before, and it did not go over well. People were just like, no, screw you, but I was just like, I still feel the same way. This is one of the few times where I said something, I got a lot of criticism and pushback, and I'm like, no, I still hold the exact same opinion. I think Marvel specifically gets too much blame for what I view as more of an audience change. And I understand it's like a chicken and egg problem where it's like, well, our audience tastes not changing because people are unwilling to greenlight anything other than Marvel movies. No, there's still so many beautiful movies that are coming out all the time. I think when you say things like Marvel ruins cinema, I feel as somebody who's into movies, like you are low key ignoring so many awesome movies that happen not to be blockbusters, they happen not to be theaters. They're still deeply important, and simultaneously I just don't really like yucking people's yum in general. As somebody who just really is not about dudes in tights flying around everywhere anymore. I really liked that when I was a kid. I don't know, I just feel like if this is what people want to watch then I don't know. The thing is, like, I literally cannot have a neutral take on this. Why? Because I literally create things that are commonly blamed for like ruining the internet. If you think about it, I get very defensive at the idea that people who are consuming content are on some level to like blame for the prevalence of this content, because this very form of drama commentary that we're doing right here on YouTube really commonly gets blamed for like ruining YouTube. I hate YouTube now. All of it is just drama. People complaining about things. People complain a lot about video essays. I put those up on my other channel. Like everybody, I don't know. As somebody who makes the thing that is kind of somewhat popular that people blame for ruining a platform, I'm just like, my audience isn't bad for wanting this content, and I don't think I'm bad for making it. Now, granted, I'm also not a corporation. Disney and Marvel are still bad. They're genuinely, objectively unethical companies that are doing bad things and mistreating people, but that's not really what I'm getting at. But yeah, that's a very half-baked D'Angelo take today. I don't really know what to say about that. I really don't. Someone said, as a huge cinephile, I hate when people say all modern... Wait, I missed it. Wait, come back. Oh man, we're getting so many comments right now. Oh man, there's so much commentary. Someone said, I grew up with so many different movie genres and they all have their appeal, whatever rose your boat. That's why genres exist. I love the human expressions expressed in art. Okay, here's the thing though. Like, I do still literally believe though that capitalism will never be a good justification for putting out slop. So I want to make that really clear. Just because I say what I say about Marvel meaning things to people or whatever, let me show you what's really annoying. This isn't even Marvel, right? How to Train Your Dragon live action. But Disney does this as well, and it's just so cringe. These constant I just want the Wikipedia. The constant remakes, re-releases, live action versions, reboots, everything, needing no intellectual property can ever just stand alone now. And yeah, you know what? That totally is Marvel's fault if you think about it. It can never be enough for something to just exist as an artistic idea. It has to exist in every single possible form that could make money. So there can't be one movie, there has to be 7 movies. There can't be a good film, there has to be a cinematic universe. You know what I mean? We don't actually need a live action Lilo and Stitch. No one ever asked for this in the history of the world. Lion King live action. Why is this movie real? Even if it is a good movie, I've never watched it because why would I watch it? So I want to be really clear. Capitalism totally does ruin art, and Disney is capitalism. And honestly, they do use Marvel as a money printer. And so multiple things, right? I actually really hate a lot of the trends that happen in current cinema. Everything being related to something else, no new ideas, no new stories ever. Because why would you take a risk on possibly creating good art when you can just do the 7th installment in something and you know that everybody's gonna pay for that thing instead? That's why we're getting someone said Lion King is not live action. Well, I mean, is it not? I thought it was. Is it not? I swear to God, the Lion King was like live action. Hold on. Lion King live action? Is it? There's no camera footage in this ever? I totally thought the backgrounds were real. What? You're educating me right now in this live stream. Dude, I've been complaining about this movie for since its inception, since its announcement. I did not realize it was all CGI. That is crazy. Someone said D'Angelo thought those were real lions. No, I did not think they were real lions. I thought they were CGI lions, like superimposed over real environments. What? Hold on. Background. Dude, animation is crazy, man. Yeah, I did not know. I just thought all the dirt and stuff was actually real. That's wild as hell. But anyways, my point remains, I should just call it a remake instead of a live action remake. It still did not need to exist. But anyways, wow, I really got lost in the sauce there, complaining about like Marvel movies and this, that, the other. I want new ideas. I want new stories. I want to feel something. And I will never get what I want as long as you do have people like Timothée Chalamet prioritizing what makes money over what people actually pour themselves into. And I believe that is why the statement did not resonate well with anybody, and why anybody who was upset by it has a right to be, even if he was trying to make a larger point. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Someone said I want new voices. Well, I mean, that's a whole different thing. Anyways, you've got someone said, can we circle back to Jamie Lee Curtis? Dude, I don't want to. American artist Franz Sony said, 2 classical art forms that have been around for hundreds of years, both of which take a massive amount of talent and discipline. This man will never possess Someone saying him saying it speaks volumes about his taste level for him to say this. Also, saying no disrespect after saying something disrespectful actually translates to I disrespect art I don't understand, which I agree with. It's harsh, but like, dude, nobody needed to actually take any shots, or nobody needs to catch any strays over this. None of this needs to happen. Anyways, you also had people in the ballet community speaking out, saying actually the art is very much alive. Saying in a world where AI is reshaping cinema faster than most realize, the unmediated human presence of ballet and opera becomes more essential, not less. I hope he finds his way into a theater. The English National Ballet saying not only is it alive and well, but thriving. 200,000 people joining our performances, etc. So, like, everybody who responded is correct. They definitely are. Also, the thing that his high school principal said, I was like, oh, dang, because apparently he went to one, he being Timmy went to one of those like up there schools for the arts, like the ones that you could, I don't know, maybe I could get in there, but I don't think I'm even talented enough to apply for a high school, and I'm 27. And he said, we are so incredibly proud of our own Timothée Chalamet, a LaGuardia alum who has become one of the most celebrated actors of his generation. We cheer for him loudly and with great love. And it's because of that love that I feel compelled to respond to his recent comments about opera and ballet. Oh, you know you're about to get dragged when someone says, oh, we're disappointed. We're not angry, we're disappointed. Sit down. At LaGuardia, we do not rank art forms. We believe that if a single performance, a single note, a single brushstroke, a single movement across the stage touches even one person, it is worthy, it matters, it is very much alive. Timothy, you yourself said, I grew up backstage at the New York City Ballet. My grandmother danced there. My mother danced there. My sister danced there. You come from this world. We know your heart, and we know you know better. When an adult tells me I know better, I don't think anybody said that to me in maybe 10 years, but I still feel like the heat in my face, just the pit in my stomach. Look, you could call me, you could say whatever you want, you could scream in my face and I'll probably laugh at you, but sit me down and say, D'Angelo, you know better. You knew better. You knew better than this. I cry instantly. I instantly cry if somebody says that to me. To every student here studying opera, ballet, or any art the world may tell them, quote, no one cares about, we see you. Keep going. With pride and purpose, Principal Marwa. So he got called into the principal's office despite being 30. You're getting bodied, Timothy. This is a horrible, horrible take. That being said, here, first I'll give you some good takes, and then I'll give you some... No, first I'll give you some bad takes, and then I'll give you some good ones. You had people joining in on this where I was like, I'm sorry, I literally cannot take you seriously at all. Doja Cat... Lord. She had a point initially. Hold on, is it here? Oh no, that's not her original video. Saying pretty much the same things that people were about, you know, it's a valid art form and this, that, the other. And then for some reason, she backtracked on this. Why Doja Cat is backtracking on her criticism of Timothée Chalamet's controversial ballet and opera comments. And she came out later and said, God, what was her thing that she said? I was just like, you can't be serious right now. Oh, want to save this article for later? No, I do not. Hold on. Did I save the wrong thing about this? Hold on, wait, hold on. I would show you the video, but it's literally 15 minutes long. Or not 15, it's literally 5 full minutes long, and I don't know why it needs to be. Oh, here it is. She said, I've never been to a ballet. I've never seen an opera, and I took it upon myself yesterday to kind of give it to the man because there is a culture based around outrage. So after criticizing him rightfully, she's now saying she was just playing into outrage culture. What I was doing yesterday was virtue signaling because I wanted to connect, and I knew that Timothy's goof up was something that I could leverage in order for people to connect with me and rock with me. And it's easy. It's a modern way to garner clicks, likes, approval. Some of the biggest clown shoes I ever put on, even though personally I think it was a good video, was making like this honestly hour-long video essay about Doja Cat and how I personally felt. And I still think I was a little bit right. I felt like she was a bit misunderstood in the mainstream. But since then, she's had a... I cannot take her seriously. It's a modern way to garner clicks, likes, approval, and all kinds of things like that from people. And so I did that yesterday, and I didn't really think about why I was doing that. The truth is, I don't know anything about opera. I know nothing about ballet. I've never been to either shows. I wanted to feel like I was part of something bigger than myself. What are you talking about? I wanted to be pat on the back the way everybody else is patting each other on the back in the comment section, and I wanted to look like a hero, and that's what happened. It's like, God, how do you succinctly describe the thing about Doja Cat? How do you describe my issue with her? I don't think that she is dumb. That's the thing. I don't think that Doja Cat is stupid. I do think that she thinks that she is very just constantly up here all the time. And we're just like down here and she's always playing us. And I'm like, you have to take some things in your life seriously. This is me coming from me, a goofy goober. I'm a goofy goober. Yeah. There are some stances you should stand behind. Not everything on the internet has to turn into troll behavior is how I feel. So I'm not even gonna, like, her take was fine, but then she took it back and is now pretending like she was actually just trying to join the mob. And then the one take where I was just like, okay, come on, buddy. This is a no for me. Someone says she's using the Trisha Paytas strategy. Yeah, no, she is a troll. Yeah, a troll is the best word. Dude, I have so little water. Trolling is like my least favorite activity at this point in time. Someone says she's on the quirky route. Yeah, no, just stand tall in the things that you say, please. But anyways, Jamie Lee Curtis says she's sure Timothée Chalamet regrets his silly opera and ballet comments. And I'm like, Jamie Lee Curtis, what do you... I realized once we got into, like, Doja Cat is a trained dancer, but once we got into Jamie Lee Curtis has weighed in, this discourse is not even really about the core issue anymore. It's just, buddy, it's a no for me, dog. It's a no. Someone said now is not the time. Yeah, no, you do not have to troll about everything all the time. All the time. Someone said Jamie's spitting facts. Listen, what she said was true. His comments are silly, and I'm sorry that they're going to be part of his legacy now. I'm sure he regrets them because you can't throw these art forms under a bus. You can't do it. They're too important. Does that mean there's not a reduction in audiences for those art forms? I'm sure there is. Does that mean it's going to be the destruction of those art forms? No. People still shoot on film, by the way. And, like, she's right, for sure. I think I'm just like, I'm sorry. Am I gonna... If I just say silence Zionist, is that going to get me labeled like a bad commentary creator? Is that a bad take to have? Because that's kind of where I'm at nowadays with a lot of people who are famous. I'm just like, I'm sorry. Just delete your account, honestly. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it right now. It'll be better for all of us. I've turned really mean over people posting things online that are weird or just straight up wrong or bad about what people are experiencing in Palestine. Someone says, say it. No, yeah, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say, you know what? We didn't actually need the Zionists' opinion on any of this, even if it was a decent one or whatever. I don't really care. I don't really care. God, if y'all don't know what I'm referring to, by the way. I'm just pulling this from a Reddit, but no, this really did happen. Throwback to when Jamie Lee Curtis shared a photo of children being bombed and saying, but then deleted it when she learned that the children in the photo were actually Palestinians. She posted a photo talking about terror from the skies. with the flag down there of Israel. And then upon finding out who was actually in that photo, she deleted it. It wasn't an Instagram story that disappeared either. She actually truly did this. Also, apparently this is just a thing that celebrities have done at some point. Look, this is just a Reddit comment, but somebody said, oh, Justin Bieber did the same thing, where he posted a photo and it's like praying for Israel, but is Gaza in the picture, according to people? And I'm just like, I'm really tired. I'm really tired. I'm tired, buddy. Someone said Freaky Friday indeed. Yeah, no. I was not to get into the weeds, but I was definitely like a Jamie Lee Curtis fan. And then I kept seeing people say like, oh, you know, she's a Zionist. And I was like, well, is she? And then I look up and I'm like, Lord save me. Lord save me. Someone said literally almost all of them did this. No, yeah, dude, like, it's not good. But that's not the point of this particular stream. That's not the point of this particular stream. Anyways, moving on. Can I give you some takes that came from, like, dare I say, sources I was a little more willing to listen to? Andrea Bocelli. Wait, am I saying his name correctly? Andrea Bocelli. Pronunciation. Oh, I did. Wow. How? Andrea Bocelli, who is, you know, one of the most prominent singers of all, saying, for example, he was surprised to hear fellow artists, you know, make those comments. He says, I believe we often tend to keep our distance from what we have not yet truly encountered. Opera and ballet are art forms that have crossed centuries and continue to speak to the human heart because they answer a deep need for beauty, truth, and emotion. They are not arts of the past, but living languages that can still move us, make us reflect, and bring different generations together. I'm convinced that a sensitive performer like Timothée, who understands the power of emotions, may one day discover that opera and dance draw from that very same source. Should he ever be curious, I would be happy to welcome him as a guest at one of my concerts. Sometimes it only takes a few minutes of hearing this music live to understand why, after centuries, it continues to be loved all over the world. I thought that was a nice statement. Someone said, isn't Bocelli MAGA? Okay, hold on. Don't do this. Don't do this. You can't tell me this. Are you correct, or are you just... You can't tell me this right now. Wait. What? Andrea Bocelli sings for Trump in the Oval Office? Do not do this to me. Is this how it feels? Is this how it feels watching my content? Am I getting a taste of my own medicine right now? Because I feel like you just ruined my day a little bit. I'm not blaming you, by the way. Not you. You're not the one who was singing in the Oval Office for that did not happen. Did that really happen? What? This is really how it feels when you click into a video about somebody you may have like mildly positive feelings towards, and then I'm like, oh, here was them doing something horrible actually that people are talking about that you might not have known of. Don't tell me that right now. Okay, well... Oh my God. Okay, that's crazy. A lot of people too are going to be like, you can't just draw like these tenuous connections between things. Yes, he performed for Donald Trump. No, that doesn't mean silence, MAGA. Okay, I don't have time to get into this right now. Oh my God, that's insane. That is insane. Someone said it doesn't make him wrong here. Yeah, I'm struggling right now with these multiple things can be true. I myself have to accept that multiple things can be true. I think Bocelli put out a great statement. And everything he said was right. I don't think performing for Donald J. Trump at any point, especially not, was this literally like last year? I don't think that's a good thing for a human to do, but you know what? It is what it is. Why? Okay. I'm not going to let y'all say, I'm literally not going to let you say anything about this next person. I'm not going to let you say anything about this next person. Misty Copeland. A world famous, amazing ballet performer. Again, I don't know her as a person. I definitely respect her achievements in the field of ballet. Also share the take. You're not gonna tell me that Misty Copeland is MAGA or was posting Zionist stuff, or no, you're not gonna. Somebody said who? I would rather you not know. Misty Copeland is a ballet dancer, has been for a while. Has been a household name among people who follow the art. Also just making a lot of like history for representation and stuff like that. Someone said, I don't think she's done anything. That's my goat. Don't no one say nothing. Yeah, no, listen. Y'all not finna say nothing. nothing about Misty Copeland, or I might actually not get through this stream. I actually really, really loved her. Someone said, why are we talking about Tara Larson? I really, really loved her take on this. Which is Timothée was benefiting from how popular Misty Copeland is, okay? I understand that y'all may not know who she is, which is totally fine. Oh, okay, that took a while. I understand you may not know who she is, which is totally fine, but she's making history as one of the first the first black female principal dancer at the American Ballet Theater. Like, because she is a goat, Timothy's people literally used her to promote his movie. And then he's going to go and say these comments about this. Hold on, let me find where. Here it is. Someone said first black principal dancer of the American Ballet Theater. Yes, I got that one right. I pulled that from Google. Thank you. So it says the ballet dancer took aim at the star, reminding everyone that she was a part of the promo for the film. She says, first, I have to say, it's very interesting that he invited me to be a part of promoting Marty Supreme with respect to my art form, which is ballet. I think it's important that we acknowledge that, yes, this is an art form that is not quote unquote popular and a part of pop culture as movies are, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have enduring relevance in culture, saying there's a reason that opera and ballet have been around for over 400 years. She says, that's the work that I've been doing my whole career, is to bring more people into it so that people do understand the importance and the relevance of it in our communities and our culture, and you see it reflected everywhere. I mean, he wouldn't be an actor and have the opportunities he has as a movie star if it weren't for opera and ballet and their relevance in that medium. So all of those mediums have a space and we shouldn't be comparing them. I feel like she ate. I feel like that was a really great statement. I also really saw people like trying to argue with her over like, oh no, acting has existed longer than opera and ballet. No, she's right. You can look at the history of like things that were initially filmed and what people were translating to film. It was a whole lot of stories based off of things like this. So honestly, I really liked her statement. I really like Bocelli's statement. I liked it a bit more before I found out some information about him, but he was still correct as well. I just think everybody was eating except Jamie Lee Curtis and Doja Cat. I don't know why they were there. Anyways, one thing that was funny is someone said opera is also acting. Yeah. One thing that's really funny is you have a lot of opera and ballet houses responding to him as well and being like, okay, chill out a little bit. For example, the Royal Ballet and Opera. Wait, what? Royal Opera House. Okay, sorry. You're really seeing that I myself do not know much about these art forms. The Royal Opera House, where they do opera and ballet, were posting saying, look, people are really showing up and showing out. people do care about this, etc. We care, as they say in their caption. I think the thing, honestly, the thing that like totally just lampooned him, even more than the 14 cents in viewership comment, which I also think was really bad, just the phrasing of no one cares. It's just too dismissive. It's just, dude, people dedicate their entire life to this. They literally dedicate their entire life to this thing. And for you to be somebody who is constantly talking about how we should be not taking you for granted as an actor, because I, Timothée Chalamet, am dedicating my entire life to this, you don't get it. Also, the funniest response from a ballet or opera house was definitely this one. The Seattle Opera over the weekend offered a promo code Timothy to get 14% off tickets for Carmen, like the 14 cents that he just lost in viewership this weekend only. I'm sorry, whoever came up with that, marketing genius. Listen, I usually don't say marketing genius. I think most marketing is really mid, but this is genuinely hilarious and was the funniest discourse I've seen come out of this thing. That is fair play. Okay, that was great. Who else do we have? Also, the Mets. The Metropolitan Opera House did the same thing where they were just kind of posting like, look. Oh, wait, I'm going to mute this. They were posting like, look, all respect to the opera and ballet people out there. This one's for you, Timothée Chalamet. They said, like, look how hard people are working, this, that, the other. I will say though, now ballet people, don't get mad at me. I do think the Met is getting a little brave here. Now hold on, work with me on this one. The Met Opera turns to Saudi Arabia to help solve its financial woes after experiencing some of the most severe financial problems in its 142-year history, which a lot of people had. I was like, okay, hold on a second. I only have so many kudos to give out right now. Well, I think is really, like, bro, they are going through it. Okay, it very much depends. It very much depends on where you're looking. Yes, ballet is 100% thriving, but also it is being propped up in some scenes purely by rich people money that is coming from various places. It says apparently the Met has struggled to regain their audiences since the pandemic. They've got their credit outlook lowered. Like, these are important conversations to have, and I'm a little bit sad that we're not actually able to have a conversation because it's about Timothy. Like, if we, for example, look at how people were talking about this beforehand, right? This is just a random Reddit comment I pulled about the news about the Met, saying, I don't think it's possible with their massive auditorium. I'm eating this one. I don't think it's mathematically possible, even with their massive auditorium, for the Met to sell out every show and still cover their massive overhead, thus them searching for money. They also said, it's not just the Met. The entire performing arts profession is under strain in this cycle because of late stage capitalism. I actually think there is a great argument to be had about why ballet, opera, etc., depending on where it's happening, is kind of in danger. And it's not because people like movies better. That's not really the answer at all. People saying like ticket sales generally make up a relatively small part of what classical music organizations take in. If rich people didn't give millions, they would have to change drastically or they might disappear, etc. Like, you have a lot of people talking about this. Look, this is somebody on the classical music subreddit saying the problem is classical music is not interested in being a socially relevant art form anymore. That would require embracing new repertoire. Now, of course, you get people disagreeing with this because you get a lot of new classical stuff, etc. But like, we could have had this entire conversation without Timothée Chalamet, and I think it would have been fascinating. It would have been great. I want somebody who knows much more than me to educate me about what ballet and opera really truly looks like. But this actor who literally has no idea what he's talking about is not the one. Literally not the one, man. I liked what this person pointed out, again, before Timothy happened. It's highly location and economy specific. A small town where industry is declining and people are struggling can't support as many expensive hobby groups or facilities as somewhere where business is growing. People are being paid more and have more disposable income. Somebody saying, yeah, big city studios are thrived and packed. My studio is sometimes overbooked, but I'm in New York City. There is totally a discussion to be had about ballet, opera, class, and the general public. But y'all tripping if y'all thought Timothy was the one to facilitate that discussion. That's where I'm at currently as somebody who does not know anything about ballet and opera. Now I'm going to let you check me. Does that sound like a fair take from my perspective? Because that's how I feel right now. Someone said the Met is also just one location. Yeah, no, that's what I'm pointing out. Like, it's not dying as an art form because it exists in so many different places, some of which may be struggling for other reasons, some of which may not, honestly. So I want somebody who knows more than me and Timothy, which would be almost anybody who has ever been interested in the history of ballet or opera, to like talk about these things. But it's turned into, what did Doja Cat say next? And I'm sad. Someone said all roads lead to classism. Well, that's true. I agree with you, actually. Someone said there's so much more going on here. Reading chat. Someone said the more accessible art forms are getting less and less accessible as well. Yeah, here's the thing. I, in this video, don't want to spread the misinformation that ballet is dying or whatever. That's just not true. People, they're trying to do it. It's just hard when, as you say, where's the overhead coming? But hold on, reading chat. So what did he say? Oh, essentially that he doesn't want to be in like opera or ballet, somewhere where like you're trying to get people to watch these things, but nobody cares. And then he's like, oh, I just lost 14 cents in viewership. It was very ugly. Someone said it goes hand in hand with the Ticketmaster gate, but that's a whole different ball game. The economy and money hungry people versus art. Yeah. As an artist, like, not a ballet dancer, not an opera singer, not an actor, not somebody who has that kind of talent, but I do draw, right? And I did for the longest time. I've talked about this on stream before. I literally devoted my life to illustration. All of it. All this energy that you see me have for YouTube right now, or the getting hung up on little things like that and trying to fix my audio for 45 minutes. I used to be this way about illustration because I wanted to do it all the time. And this was years ago. This would have been like almost 10 years ago. I did some research into just, first of all, how much it was going to cost me to get into art school, how little I was going to wind up making, and how my work was not going to be treated with any sort of respect by the people who were actually profiting off of it. So I feel like the issue with ballet or opera has nothing to do with the performers or the people who are putting so much work into it. It's literally just that people do not value artwork at all. If they cannot easily derive some sort of benefit monetarily from it. And that's the attitude that was underpinning Timothy's comments. Yeah, I get really sad about this kind of thing. And that's why earlier I was saying, like, this is an emotional issue. It's literally not just as simple as like, oh, he was misconstrued and everybody's tripping. This, Timothy, there's a reason. There is a reason that these things are struggling a little bit. And it's not because you work harder than everybody else. God. Someone said, I feel you. I studied animation and now I'm an accountant. Yeah, no, dude. Ask, or don't, because you might depress yourself, but ask around and see how many people in your life at one point wanted to be an artist and aren't now. That's such a common story. And listen, by the way, I literally cannot complain. Someone said, I see your art behind you. Well, that's true. Listen, I designed this background. Now, I didn't actually animate it myself. I designed the mock-up and I shipped it off to a studio who mocked that up in a sort of nice visualization. And I do still design things. I do still create things. But like, I had to figure out how to do it in a way that made money. Honestly, that's it. And I had to compromise a lot. And that's why I sort of understand what Timothy's saying, but I have much, much more sympathy with the people that he was dunking on to clumsily make his point, you know? God, someone said I wanted to be an actress. Yeah, that's the thing too, because like when you think actress, for example, who pops up? Actress. Images. Who's the very first person? Anne Hathaway. She's not the first person. Look, you're like Anne Hathaway. Broski cannot name actresses. Meryl Streep. You know, you're thinking about Angelina Jolie and all these people. What about the like 50 or 100 other people who were in that movie? How hard did somebody have to work to be in a scene in the background, the back of their head being seen while Angelina Jolie was doing whatever it is that she does? Like, there's always going to be those people that are held up as examples of how successful you can be while doing something that is an art form. But the average person pursuing this thing, dude, they're going to be struggling so much. God, it's such a struggle trying to make a living off of your art. Because that was the thing too. I literally didn't even want to be rich. I wanted to make a living. I wanted to afford food, and I wanted to be able to live in my own place and have agency in the society. And I had no idea how I was actually going to do that while, I guess, pursuing what was actually important to me. So it sucks. It really, really, really does suck. Reading. Someone said, let's be honest. We all know people view opera and ballet as frivolous because it's predominantly women and gay men working in it. Oh, wait, hold on a second. That's a separate issue, but we could talk about that. Hold on, that's a separate issue, but we could talk about that a little bit. We can talk about that a little bit. How Timothée Chalamet is very much like rock star energy. He's really trying to bring this like sports dude bro energy to the screen. Yeah, I'm basically the LeBron James of acting. I'm basically like, oh, but all these people over there singing and twirling and spinning around, like nobody cares about that. No, listen, it would be crazy to ignore that aspect of it because you are correct. You are absolutely correct. That's a good one. But yeah, no, like there's just so much of an intersection of things. And we're going to get into more about how Timothée Chalamet is 100% a bro, which is the complete opposite of how he appeared to be. All right, so moving on, I'm looking at my outline, trying to see where we're getting. All right, let's see. I guess I'll do this. The last source I want to show you is this article from violinist.com, written by Lori Niles, that I thought was really, really good. Someone said, is he Matt Rifing? Yes. A lot of you may not know what that term means, but I know what that term means because I had started writing an article, or not an article, I had started writing a video essay about Matt Rifing. Hold on. You're very smart. You're very intelligent. Matt Rife, listen, really just jerk energy. What he did essentially was blow up online predominantly with women. Women really like to stand up. It was a fact, for the reason, the way that he looks or whatever. And somehow that was really like a problem for him. And he started purposely putting out like misogynist content, going really, really hard on like, I'm a bro, and just straight up on stage comedy specials, making fun of women, doing all of these things. And now he has a dude bro audience, which he must be much happier with than the women who were initially supporting him. I actually think that's a fairly common thing that happens. And I was going to write a video essay about like, let's talk about Matt Rifing when you become popular predominantly with women. And then you're just like, I don't like women though. And then now that you're famous, you can afford to be a misogynist, essentially. Now, with Timothée Chalamet specifically, even though he does have comments, that are misogynist in nature, which we'll get into a little bit later. I think something very similar has happened where there's no point in dancing around the fact he was predominantly popular with women, honestly. But now some of his statements about people who choose not to have children or whatever, it's just like, buddy, you cannot just hit a point and decide, well, you can. That's the sad thing, actually. Like, I'm going to be such a bro. I'm going to be such a bro about this. And I'm still going to succeed and screw all the people who actually put me where I am. It's insane. It's insane. I've talked about my demographics before. Someone said Matt Rife also made jokes about domestic violence against women. Yeah, no, it was really terrible. Some said women and teenage girls drive our economy. Yeah, no, dude, I've talked about my demographics before. What was my number right now? 16%. Only 16% of the people who watch me are men or identify as such. 16. I think 80 something percent, excuse me, are identified on their Google accounts as women, and around 4% identify as neither. It's probably more on the neither side, just people who have not changed their Google stuff. But yeah, as somebody who has an audience that is predominantly women, I guess the idea of like being bothered by that or being upset or like, oh, I want to be taken more seriously by men, I need to start letting people know that I'm a bro. Actually, that pink background, get rid of it. Oh, I look so uncanny. Over here. Yeah, and I'm really gonna like change everything about myself. I'm gonna be like, oh God, the girls are mad about Timothée Chalamet. He was right. They're just angry as they like. What would be the point of that as somebody with an audience? The only valid reason I can think of is that on some level, you don't really like women. In general, you just don't like them. You see that like percentage in your fan base and you're just like, ugh, cooties. But the cooties in question are you being a misogynist. And then that's when you change your whole brand and your image. Even though that's not what today's video is about, I think that that's kind of what happened to Timothée Chalamet, more than a little bit. But what can you say? I don't know Timothy or his views on anybody. All I can do is speculate from the outside. Reading chat. Someone said cancel culture has gone too far. No, literally, if I right now just ditched all of the nuance I'm trying to have and it was just like, actually, let me just pick the most awful anti-woman stance for every single topic I talk about, I would start getting views from a different source. And then I could also easily be like, oh God, my audience is canceling me now that I'm not being woke anymore. And I'm just like, all y'all suck. All y'all suck real bad. Y'all really, really do. You're weak, small men. But that's the thing that people don't realize. That's the thing that y'all don't realize. So many of the things that people see as being masculine are, in my mind, quite the opposite. It is not masculine at all to be uncomfortable because people like you a little bit too much. And you got to make sure that you're hanging out with the bros. You need men to respect you only. I'm just like, a man's opinion? I don't know. Again, though, I'm not really like the best metric for this because despite being a man, I am also non-binary. So I really don't care at all. But yeah, no, y'all ain't slick. Y'all are not slick. Anyways, I wanted to get into violinist.com, which was like the editor of this website actually put out such a good article, Lori Niles. And so she says, oh wait, okay, there we go. That's better. Between Facebook and Instagram, I've been shown this clip more than a dozen times. It's been sent to me by friends, etc. Just basically having the same experience that we're all having of like, okay, God, wow, people are really mad about this. And also saying like she watched it in context, said the interview itself is actually kind of fascinating, and then pivoting this into a bigger discussion about, you know what, we are actually struggling. I like what she says right here. I didn't go to NAMM this year, the music industry's largest trade show for music merchants. The last straw for me was when I was registering and they asked me to take a quiz. What's your favorite genre of music? Classical music wasn't on it. What instrument are you interested in? Violin, viola, cello were not listed. What kind of music group interests you? orchestra was not listed. Another example, every year I write about the classical Grammys, but for many years, those Grammys have not been awarded in the same nationally televised ceremony as the other awards. The classical Grammys are relegated to the tail end of the untelevised ceremony, by which time most of the people left for the real awards. As somebody said, nobody cares. Obviously, I like what she says right here. Obviously, some people care deeply about ballet and opera and classical music, the fine arts. I certainly do. But our industry is not thriving the way we like. And shooting the messenger won't help us. That being said, no, I'm sorry, but Timothy is finna catch some strays in this video. But she might not know about some of the other things. I really, really, really like this take. And I think, like, it's sad that you have to go to like a random website. And then look, I'm doing the Timothée Chalamet thing right now, where I'm just like, I had to go to some random website about violins. Actually, this might be a really popular website about violins, and I just don't know. I don't know, because I don't really follow those things, but I think you can not care about opera or ballet without being a jerk who actually thinks that you're better than it. And that's kind of what I'm trying to say. Someone said that's also a narrow viewpoint. Art is in many settings. Wait, someone said as a violinist, I don't support her. Oh God, wait. Okay, look, maybe I'm pulling up a bad violinist, but I think the point is essentially multiple things are true is what I was getting from this article. Someone said he wasn't trying to raise awareness, though. You could tell he looks down on those things, low key. Yeah, no, I still stand by my original thing, which is that any conversation that is worth being had is not worth being had with Timothée Chalamet specifically. I'm here to shoot the messenger, not actually shoot. YouTube, we don't do violence on this channel. We're very peaceful. We're very peaceful. Someone said, I need people to understand that how you speak is more important than what you say. My mom always said that, for sure, when I was a kid, and maybe it might have gotten me farther in life than almost any mantra my mother has ever told me. She told me a lot, as mothers tend to do. But yeah, one of the first things I remember her saying to me was, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I was like, what does that mean? Because I was 4, and she gave me an example. And I was like, oh, wow, yeah, that first version that you said sounded horrible. But that second version, I could get away with that. And so I just feel like going into life that way is so much better. Someone said bars. Yeah, no, it really ain't what you say. It's just how you say it. But I think that's all I have in terms of the responses to it. I think I'm going to swing away. Someone said tone policing. Well, okay, here's the thing, though. Hold on a second. Here's the thing. Tone policing people who are bringing up legitimate issues is stupid, right? For example, let's say something happened and it was, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of a random example. Let's say something happened and someone's being homophobic, and I'm like, yo, screw you, delete your account. We don't have room for homophobia over here. If you're tone policing me because you don't like the way that I said to stop being homophobic, you could actually kick rocks in flip-flops. I can't stress this enough. I don't care what you think about my tone. So on some level, tone policing is really pointless for other people, but multiple things being true, it's still actually really deeply beneficial as a person to consider your tone. You should consider your tone, actually, when you say things and how things are going to come across. Because I'm telling you, if I wasn't constantly tone policing myself, I would be like, oh, I'd be so screwed. I'd be so screwed. Sometimes I say things that I'm like, wow, that was like 2 words away from being the most inflammatory thing you've ever said. But because I'm trying to make sure that I'm coming across correctly, like, it's not really that big of an issue. Someone said I just joined and kick rocks in flip-flops. Yeah, I think everybody should, like, worry about your own tone, you know? Someone said especially people with so much exposure like him. Yeah, no, honestly, you do have to tone police yourself when you have a platform. Otherwise, this happens and people feel deeply disrespected. And because he was being deeply disrespectful to so many people. Someone said tone versus wording, final challenge. Yeah, no, for real. Reading. Someone said tone reception is cultural. Well, I mean, obviously, but that's why you just be as clear as you possibly can be. Someone said, where's my autism crew at? We're so bad at tone. I have a tendency of talking very flat. Me too. I don't know if you've noticed my content. And I would blame, in my case, not autism, which I've never been diagnosed with, but ADHD's overlap with some similar things. I struggle with tone a lot. I struggle with tone so badly. Also, I hate when people just think that like I'm like mean all the time because I'm like, I feel like I'm never being mean. No, I've been mean and I will continue to be mean, but I feel like low key, I'm just being really neutral, but it gets interpreted as like mean as hell. And I'm just like, what? I was just saying something like, it's so annoying. Reading. Someone says someone's always going to be offended when you have a platform, but not having any awareness for that is a problem that should be called out. Yeah, exactly. Someone said tone and face expressions. Yeah, no. Tone in general is just such a tricky thing to talk about, but I don't have any patience for Timothée Chalamet left at this point. Let me just say that. Someone said you're very snarky, but you're usually right. That's the thing is like, I know that I'm very snarky. I agree with you. I agree with you that I'm snarky, maybe. But then at the same time, it's like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, talking is so difficult. Talking is such a hard thing to do. Someone said it started as ADHD and OCD, but it was just autism. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know about my diagnoses. Or like what the, I don't know how to word this, but like, work with me, autistic people. I know you're there. Sometimes I'd be like, sorry. Sometimes I'd be like, does it even matter what they specifically put there? Or whether they say I do or do not have this. Because at the end of the day, when I'm like accidentally skipping meals because I just can't eat the wrong foods, or when I'm getting stuck on problems for like my sensory issues are killing me and all these things are happening, I feel like low key, I wish there was more of like, I know that people talk about ADHD and autism being related a lot, and is there a third thing? I wonder, you know what I mean? Sometimes I think about that a lot, where I'm just like, what is it if you have ADHD but you have so many of the other problems that are commonly associated with autism as well? But it's like, that's you don't have all of them, and that's why I don't, and you've not been diagnosed. But yeah, no, dude, like, I think about it all the time. Where I'm just like, no, I know that I don't have that. And I'm not going to talk over people who actually do have it, because there are literally aspects of this that I just straight up don't have, which is why I am not, you know. But then I look at the things I do have and I'm just like, not everybody who has ADHD like has to eat the same meal 60 days in a row. Otherwise they would just rather go hungry. And it's like, that's not, it can't all be ADHD, buddy. Not 100% of it. Some of these things are not in the DSM criteria. So I need an explanation. I need some explanations. Some people have ADHD and they can still make eye contact with other human beings at a normal rate. It's just so annoying. Someone said, I'm that secret third thing. Many people saying it's a spectrum. Yeah. Well, some say you don't need to meet every symptom. That's true though. I think about this a lot, man. So I have both autism and ADHD. It's hell and everyone expects you to thrive just the same. Yeah. Someone said that secret third thing, childhood trauma. Don't tell anybody. Somebody said I have the third thing. It's called social communication pragmatic disorder. I've never heard of that one. That's interesting. I say about someone's literal disorder. I'm like, oh, that's so interesting. No, I know what you mean. I hear you. Someone said that's why you only have to meet some criteria, not all. It makes sense. It really does make sense. Maybe I have to like, someone said the DSM is very flawed. maybe I have to revisit some things. But also, like, what are they gonna do? How am I gonna like change? I think this is what I mean by that. I'm not trying to be a doomer. What I mean is, like, when you have so many of these like alphabetical abbreviations, I'm only talking about myself. Sometimes I'm just like, God, what does it even, like, what do another one or a lack of one, or was this one actually another one? What do I actually do? Someone said look up ARFID, avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. God, see, it's like, it's another one. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this information. Someone said effort in making life accessible for you. No, that's true though. That's true. You shouldn't be resistant to these things for sure. No, this sounds like hell though. Avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. Lose interest in eating, feel anxious about the consequences of eating, like choking on food and vomiting, avoid foods that have unwanted color, taste, texture, or smell. Is this an order? Is this an actual disorder? Because sometimes you're just exhibiting the same things without actually having anything. That's the thing. I'm only talking about myself here. So I'm just like, there being a disorder version of almost everything that I deal with is really overwhelming. Yeah, no, oh God. No, I just honestly, at this point in my life, I just skipped the meal. I'm sorry. This is incredibly bad. Listen, I eat, obviously, but I don't know. Like, I'll go out with friends and just be like, oh yeah, no, I'll have some of yours. That's my biggest hack to go out and not have people realize that like you're acting disordered. I'll just be like, oh, that sounds really good. Why don't you get that and give me some of it? And then they do that, and then they don't even realize like, oh, I never took any. And then I go home and I eat something that's not like bothering me. And I never like, I'm describing it out loud and it doesn't sound very good or normal, but like, listen, it just be like that sometimes. It's not like my fault. You know what I mean? Sometimes just there's nothing on the menu. Water. You have water? I love water. You know? God. It pisses me off. Someone said, I love food, but I hate eating. Yeah, no, I don't like doing it in the first place. Someone said, me too. Oh no, I'll have some of yours. Yeah, my biggest hack. And then nobody actually gets concerned. That's the thing. Like, I really don't derive anything from people being worried about me. So there's so much of this is just like, oh, we're going to word it this way. And then they'll never even realize anything weird's happening. But then I fail because then I show up for the third time and they're like, oh, he's probably not going to eat this. And I'm just like, what? Someone said, how do we get here from Timothy? All roads lead back to neurodivergence. No, just kidding. Not all of them. But most of them. Someone says giving photosynthesis. Yes. That's the thing. I just want to absorb my nutrients directly. I want to be nourished. I want to be whole, and I want to be well. I just don't want to have to eat food to do that. I actually get really pissed off thinking about how the human body works. It makes me so angry. I'm like, I shouldn't even have to eat. I shouldn't have to eat. Nothing should come with this many asterisks. I'm hungry. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. And then by the time we get to me actually eating something, it's turned into a chore. A chore. It shouldn't be a chore. And I shouldn't have to do chores. I'm too old to have to do chores. Even though I still do chores. But I just feel like I've been doing the same annoying chores to keep myself alive for 27 years. Anyways, that's enough. We got a little bit distracted here. But yeah, I have not been diagnosed with any of these other things. So at the end of the day, we're all good. We're all good. We're all good. We're so good. We've never been more good, actually. Anyways, I want to talk about why I dislike Timothée Chalamet. Someone said eating is such a short... Dude, don't get me started. I hate it so... Anyways, I want to talk about why I've had an issue with Timothée Chalamet. Had an issue. It's never been actually like me coming into this of like, oh, I need to defend my white boy of the month. I'm not a fan. I'm not a stan. He has been putting his foot in his mouth in ways throughout these multiple PR tours that I find honestly completely inexcusable. So one, for example, would be his weird comments about Western culture and K-pop demon hunters of all things.
Hollywood or
somebody said they listened to Bjork because of me. I did God's work. I'm really glad you listened, and I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Hollywood cover, whatever, right?
Hold on, that's too quiet. Let me fix this a little bit. It's been Timothy, not it for me from jump.
A young Hollywood or new Hollywood cover, whatever, right? Do you look at covers like that and look at it like athletes look at other players?
Oh yeah, all right, fuck
like
all
that?
these people. Let's get into this.
Okay. A lot of throwing it up.
He was like, man, fuck Chris Rock. That motherfucker.
He said that really?
Like, yo, he was like, but he was like, yo, I'm him.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right.
Like,
Wow.
yo, like
But
I
your
respect
competitors.
That was literally just like 20 seconds of noise. That was 20 seconds of noise. God, I usually mark down timestamps so that we don't have to do this. I was like, oh, it's only a 43-second clip. We're not going to have to listen to that much noise. Okay, we're back.
It's got to come out when
Right.
you see stuff
No,
like
no.
that.
Here, this is my new perspective on this.
Okay.
Western culture is not a given. Like K-pop Demon Hunter was the biggest thing on Netflix right now.
That's a fact.
So anytime anybody in Western culture is popping, it's good. It lifts everyone up, you know.
Okay. I played this clip before on stream. I take any and every opportunity to let people know about Timothée Chalamet's views on Western culture because I actually think, I'm going to be quite honest with you, this is much more alarming to me personally, much more indicative of his views than these other things. Now, granted, multiple things. I think all his statements that I've shown thus far are appalling, right? But this one specifically.
So when I see other actors my age, they're doing great. That's honestly that's how I've taught myself to feel. You know, I'm like,
Western culture isn't a given because K-pop Demon Hunters is the biggest thing on Netflix right now. Okay. So we're looking at, which, by the way, is this not also like a Western movie? Like literally a US movie? But anyways, we're seeing characters be popular at all, but they happen to be K-pop. In K-pop, they happen to be Korean. And now all of a sudden we have an issue because people are daring to pay attention to any other form of culture ever. What does Western culture actually mean? Honestly, this really makes me want to know, Timothy, what are your opinions on Bad Bunny? I'm just asking that neutrally, not as like a trick question. Did you like Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance? And if not, can you explain why in detail? Who actually looks at people existing, Korean people existing, and being like, oh, they're popular. Western culture is being threatened right now. I need a list of all the podcasts that Timothy has on his playlist, because I'm telling you right now, there's some truly whack stuff there. Another one would definitely be, also ask any of these people to explain what Western means and watch them trip over themselves trying not to say white. Honestly, I don't even see, like, I don't even think I should be nice about this. I don't think I should try to be understanding. I know that you saw a bunch of Asian people be popular and you got scared for a second, but you know what? That's okay. That's okay. Western culture, man. Anyways, someone said I really don't think he's that smart. Okay, how about his statements on child-free people, the universe according to Timothy? So recently, yet another one of him being platformed and giving his opinions on any and everything, and for some reason that included children. Oh my god, this is such a long interview. What? Oh wow. Okay, wow. Y'all see why I be saving highlights nowadays? Holy crap, that is a lot of Chalamet, man. Too many slices. Anyways, that's enough slices. He said, or the thing says, no spoilers, but the specter of fatherhood hangs over Marty Supreme too. It's something Chalamet would like to experience. He remembers sitting with a friend watching an interview with someone whose name he is, quote, definitely not going to share. The person in question was, quote, bragging about not having kids, says Timothy, and how much time it afforded them to do other stuff. Chalamet and his friend turned to each other like, holy crap, oh my god, bleak. He knows some people can't have children or are never in a position to, but he does believe procreation is the reason we're here. Yes, children, that could be on the radar, he says. Buddy, you're in podcasts talking about Western culture. You're in interviews talking about people who choose not to have children are bleak. Because procreation is the reason that we're here. I'm sorry. I could present to you a completely different set of reasons for why I have genuinely, as I said, I strive to be Timothée Chalamet's number one op in life, because I'm like, you cannot be this popular doing these things. Oh, can we also talk about, for example, yes, I am absolutely going to blame him for his association here. I don't care that he was younger when this happened. Working with Woody Allen intentionally for any reason is insane. But he donated the money. He donated the money after the fact. It was fine. Chalamet, he said, I don't want to profit from my work on the film, saying that due to contractual obligations, he can't speak directly about his decision to work with Allen. He indicated that he initially joined the Allen project because, quote, he's a young actor trying to walk in the footsteps of more seasoned actors I admire, but I'm learning that a good role isn't the only criteria for accepting a job. Okay, so you're doing all these things. You're working with Woody Allen after we've been known about his history of horrible allegations of things that were alleged. Also things that he just straight up did. You know what I mean? The grooming, marrying somebody who at one point you were their guardian. Truly disgusting to do that for any reason. And to try to donate it after the fact and be like, oh, I've changed. Huh? Also, like, there's a much stronger, in my opinion, video in here somewhere about Timothée Chalamet's willingness to surround himself with abusers, all of these things. Someone said multiple things can be true. Yeah, no, I love this ballet and opera conversation that we're having. I've been trying to have this conversation for such a long time, I feel. Sending Shia LaBeouf an email randomly, again, another dude who just absolute no in terms of the abuse allegations, and then just the things that he straight up is on camera doing and admitting to doing. But yeah, he's reaching out in 2023, long after Shia LaBeouf was first accused of these things, saying, I'm sorry, this is literally the most cringe. Oh, it's gone. That's why I saved an archive of it. Okay, I'll just try to make it bigger using. Yeah. This is like the most cringe thing ever. Reaching out from Timmy to Shia. Absolutely blown away by your work the other night. Totally electric, totally present at every turn. King of your kingdom, even if that kingdom is a miserable 4x4 prison cell. What a fantastic play. I hope you guys take it to New York, and I hope this is the beginning of your work on stage and not an anomaly. Signed, Timothy. And Shia's response to this being, thank you, doggy. Every blessing to you. Fun watching you evolve. take ownership, bang, bang. These are not serious people. But that being said, I'm like, listen, you can't be hanging out with Woody Allen for any reason, chumming it up to Shia LaBeouf in the DMs, even though Shia kind of did him dirty by posting this publicly. You know what I mean? Going on all these podcasts, espousing all these views. Hanging out with Theo Von on your podcast also really rubs me the wrong way for sure.
Some new tour dates.
Shh, I don't hear it. For those of you who don't know my beef with Theo Von, I'm not even going to get into it. It's not beef. It's very one-sided. He's very popular. But I think this wow, I went right to an ad. That's so funny. I'm telling you right now, the circles that Timothy has been running in are very concerning. If you're like, what's the issue with Theo? I mentioned this the last time. Trying to make this bigger. Buddy, you should not be on the same podcast that Donald Trump was on. Just a couple months before you were there. Theo very much represents this podcast bro energy that I'm trying to get into right now. I can't directly point to any one statement and say, like, Timothy is the problem here. But, like, I've been on this timing, okay? Someone said, was this recent? It was literally, the Theo Von thing was in 2024. Him with Allen was like years ago in 2018. But as I said, still after these things were released. Him being with Shia was still after all of those things were being released. I'm like, in your effort to be the greatest of all time, smoozing it up with these people is really not the vibe. And also, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Someone said, I've literally been saying he's gross since he was cast as Bob Dylan. This is vindication for you. Whereas the Card Jr. family definitely needs to be criticized for all of those Timothy stans or detractors who are placing all of the blame for the way that Timothy is on Kylie Jenner. Deeply unserious read on the situation. Very, very inaccurate. That's not what's happening here. And by the way, a lot of people are doing this. Like, oh, Kylie ruined him ever since he started dating her. Everything's been going downhill. That's not what the timeline is pointing to at all. So I have all the smoke for her too, but I will say I have quite a bit more smoke for some of the other people I just mentioned. This is Timothy's problem. Somebody said misogyny. Yeah, undeniably. Drink some more water. Someone said they're convinced they brainwashed him. Literally online saying like Kylie is some sort of strange demon who has leached away his energy and ruined his image. And I'm just like, Timothy did a great job of that all by himself, actually. It's funny because I had a video about this years ago where they've been together for a little while, actually. And I didn't initially have all this info about Timothy. So my main point was like, yo, y'all got to stop trying to pin this on one singular person. That's insane. But since then, just seeing like, oh, wow, not only do you not have to pin the blame on one person, the person who needs to be blamed is right there, is Timothy. Also, I've been seeing comments or chat messages. I can't reply to all of my chats because I get a lot, but I keep seeing people say timothée. And I worry so late that I've been mispronouncing his name this entire time. No, it's not Timothée, right? It's Timothy. It has to be Timothy. There's no way that I've mispronounced this man's name for like almost 2 hours. Don't tell me that. Someone said to me he wasn't brainwashed. That's just who he is. Yeah, very much that. So anyways, what else? Oh, and the last thing that I have for you, which is another clip that I've constantly brought up before on stream because I'm literally just hater energy. Someone said it's Timothy. Okay, thank God. I don't want to be. Someone said baited. Yeah, someone was baiting me. Stop baiting me with the incorrect pronunciation of Timothy Chalamet or I'm gonna lose it. Anyways, I'm sorry, but I'm not even gonna bother explaining this, or maybe I will, but at one point there was a meme that Timothy was secretly this other rapper SD kid, and that resulted in Timothy hopping on for this verse. Wait, it's quiet. Even though I don't even know why I'm turning this up, because I don't really want to hear this. I don't know what I'm doing. Why am I doing this to myself and to you? He's always you done been a fraud. You done been a fraud from jump. From actually day one. Day one, you done been a fraud. Also, I'm not making this point in this video because it takes a lot of how to word this. It would take a lot more than just a couple clips for me to like make this point, but I have also definitely seen some people saying like Timothée Chalamet totally steps in and out of black culture as necessary. So sometimes he's really down with the he's with the program, you know, hanging out with the bros on the podcast talking about K-pop Demon Hunters, but then all of a sudden he's like a very serious actor. And like the argument for Timothée Chalamet's proximity to black culture, again, it would take a little bit longer than I usually have to make my videos, but it's there. It's there. It's there. I'm not gonna bore you with the details before I work those out, but and then I wind up sounding crazy. Someone said the same with Kylie. Yeah, no, they're literally dating for a reason. They're 100% dating for a reason. Almost all of the Kardashians do the exact same thing, where you step in, step out, step in, step out as necessary, and it's just like the appropriation needs to be. It has to stop, man. Even though like I feel like so much of my effort is saying like it's okay to rap. It's okay to rap. There's nothing wrong with rapping if you're white. That's not the point that I'm making. I'm just, some say you're not crazy. No, I'm not crazy. And the people who are pointing this out are not crazy. There are people who have written articles. I should have saved them. Yeah, you have black people writing articles about this and people in the comments saying, oh no, this is a stretch. You can't say just because he showed up at a basketball game and rapped a little bit that he's profiting off black culture. But I'm just like, no, stop trying to, no, there's a point here. There's a point here. Drink some water. Someone said it's so cringe and forced. It really, really is. Anyway, looking at my outline, we talked about the evolution of his persona from white boy of the month into the oversaturation era, with him having multiple blockbusters coming out back to back, resulting in all of these conflicting PR tours, and people were just tired of hearing him, especially when all of his interviews were him just being so deeply arrogant for no reason. We talked about how his original point about trying to balance commercial appeal with artistic integrity got a little bit lost because his delivery is so jerkish. And then you got all those responses from artists, from his high school principal, Doja Cat, Jamie Lee Curtis, Andrea Bocelli, who we learned some information about that made me sad, Misty Copeland. We talked about how people used to kind of talk about the same things that Timmy was saying, minus the Timmy context. And so therefore, I think there is actually a pretty interesting conversation to be had, but it's not going to be with this dude. We talked about how ballet and opera houses have responded to this, including some hilarious promotion. We talked about how, like, there are things to criticize, like the Met, for example, but that does not represent all ballet. And just dunking on an art form to make a point is absolutely not a good thing to do. I talked about how, despite all of this, I actually think there are other reasons to talk about Timothée Chalamet. In addition to this, his weird comments about Western culture, people who choose not to have children, his proximity to Woody Allen, Shia LaBeouf, hanging out on the Theo Von podcast and doing all these weird things, and also rapping. No, sorry, he needs to be fined. He should be fined. So I was right now years old when I learned that Timothy's not 23. Let me go ahead and here's a really great ending point. At the end of the day, if you're actually a Timothée Chalamet stan, if he has those left, I'm sorry. Timothy is older than me. He's older than me. So if you're mad at me for talking about your baby, I would be a literal infant in this scenario. I would be -3. I'm a baby. I would love to see the same coddling applied to anybody other than people like Timothée Chalamet, but it never happens. Nobody ever gets the benefit of the doubt as much as a 30-year-old man like Timothée. So honestly, miss me with that. I said what I said. Bro is not it. And one of these days, even if all the things in this video were not enough for you, he seems like he's on a he's speed running to outdo himself in terms of his tone deafness. So just wait. Just wait. Someone said a grown man. He is so deeply grown. He has not been a child in the last 10 years. So I'm sorry. Just because he looks young doesn't mean he needs to get defended. Someone said, I just joined the stream. What are we talking about? Oh, Timothée Chalamet. Well, we just wrapped that one. Yeah, no. I really like this topic because I feel like vindicated. I feel me doing a literal evil laugh. No, I feel kind of vindicated, mostly just because it's like, it's not that, how to word this? I don't think it's that I want to see people have downfall eras. Okay. Like, for example, let's list somebody who's really popular right now. Olivia Rodrigo. So popular, super like known, and all these things. She actually is 23, quite young. I'm not like looking at various popular people like a fly. Like, yes, I can't wait. It's only people that are actually frauds, man. It's the frauds, man. It's the frauds. I'm telling you, I've been on some fraud timing for a little while here. And I was just like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't say, oh, Timothée Chalamet, y'all know that he's like, because then I get in trouble. And I don't like getting in trouble. Nobody does. But yeah, I could have told you that this would have happened if you just let him talk for long enough, and he absolutely did it. Somebody said me too for years. Yeah, no, it's not everybody. There's so many people that I just don't think are frauds. No matter how loud they are or how popular they become, they're universally loved, and I never see anybody say anything bad about them. And I'm like, yeah, why would you want anything bad to happen? But then you get those people who slip through the cracks, and I'm just like, buddy, how? But anyways, someone said frogs. No, he's not a frog. If he was a frog, I would like him better. But yeah, I am going to go ahead and record an outro. I'm going to record an outro right now. And I'm not actually ending the stream. I have some stuff I want to talk about. A new movie that's coming out, The Bell Jar featuring Billie Eilish, all kinds of strange things like that. But I'm going to go ahead and record this outro. So everybody say bye to YouTube right now. That way I can stick it in the video when I edit it, put it up for everybody else to watch. And yeah, that's all we've got. That's all we got. Drink some more water. Someone said, remember when everyone used to defend Mr. Beast for some reason? Yeah, including me, which is so embarrassing. Now, I wasn't defending him against things that I actually thought were bad. But yeah, even I was just like, oh, Mr. Beast, you get a lot of leeway, honestly. All right. But that's truly all I have to say, or maybe it's not. But if I said more, I would get in trouble. So hopefully you never have to think about Timothée Chalamet ever again. I know I will certainly try not to. And yeah, I actually recorded this live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite frequently Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless I don't, in which case I've decided to probably sleep. I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next stream or the next video. And if I don't, that's not a big deal either. Okay, bye. All right. Stop recording. We're still live. So much water, man. So much water. It's never enough water. Someone said I entered the stream in a terrible mood and now I'm cheesing. Then you made it worth it. Literally just one person. Listen, I'm sorry. I know this is the cheesiest. You have to work with me on how fake this is going to sound. Okay? But honestly, if I went live for 4 hours and only one person watched it, and at the end of it, they were like, I feel happier now, I would say it was worth it. As long as I also got paid. Listen, I'm not going to front. I take great joy in potentially making people feel a little less by themselves. I like things like that make me really happy. I also do have like bills and stuff, so you best believe you're going to be seeing some sponsorships. Yes, I do this for the love of the game as well, but I'm really happy. I get happy during my streams because I feel like people tend to enjoy them for the most part. I know I do. One thing that I really like. Oh, y'all don't have to keep saying bye to YouTube. I stopped recording. Don't worry. One thing that I really like for sure is like you get to see me bounce back though in my streams because I'm not constantly coming at you happy all the time. I'm not just like, I think of this one clip, which is such a good clip. Oh God, so many tabs. Yes. I ain't coming at y'all like this.
Hi guys, so yes, I did that. And you would do it too for a check. I was an employee. And I was gonna get employee of the month. And that's on period.
I could come on the stream like, hi guys, how are we doing? Welcome back. But like honestly, sometimes I'm just tired or I'm like fixating on something that's bugging me or we get stuck or lost for 20 or 30 minutes. And I'm like, it's more fun. It's more fun, honestly, to just like have the ups and downs naturally instead of me having to be like on. And honestly, I did used to do that. Yes, I did that. And you would do it too for a check. I absolutely always was just fine in my content, but what's the point of that, you know? Someone said that's on period. Coco, dude. Someone said I love her so much in Icon. Dude, she's so funny and talented. It's amazing. Okay. We're not talking about a video anymore. Or I'm not recording a video. I'm just yapping, so I don't have an outline. This might be a little slower or whatever, even though it took me 2 hours to get through that other topic because I had a lot to say. And we got really distracted. And then I wound up looking up my symptoms. But listen. I'm worried, Chad. I'm scared. I'm not as pessimistic about this as some people, but I'm still worried. Billie Eilish to make movie acting debut in adaptation of Sylvia Plath's The Bell Jar. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people right off the bat were saying, Billie Eilish, no more singers acting. Someone said we lost the clone boy. Yeah, I had to fire my clone for my last stream. It's me this time. I saw people right off the bat railing against this because they're just like, no, we don't want another situation with people who are not actors acting this, that, the other. I will say though, she can act. Billie Eilish is actually not bad at all. I watched this show called Swarm, which is a really, really, really interesting show. And in this, believe it or not, she's not actually playing Billie Eilish. She's playing like this. Oh, it would be kind of spoiling if I said what exactly she's playing, but like she did pretty fine here. However, I'm a little confused as to why we need The Bell Jar movie. I don't think I'm here to blame Billie specifically. I'm just like, The Bell Jar? Like, of all novels to adapt, it would be Sylvia Plath's The Bell Jar. That's a little... It's such like an intensely depressing but real and important story. Also, here's something that's really interesting about The Bell Jar and depression and my personal experience. If you were to go to Goodreads right now, as I often do when I finish reading a book, The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. Okay, great. I'm probably not going to wind up finding it. Oh, here we go. Look. The top review. Right, I didn't even scroll. The number one review right here says 1 out of 5 stars. This is the most disappointed I've ever been when it comes to a book. Essentially saying that the character was racist, and yes, I agree. The character is racist, and that does definitely need to be grappled with. But essentially saying like, wait, hold on a second. I'm not going to ignore the awareness it brought around mental health for so many years, but if that's the only reason you're reading this, I suggest you check out this other book instead. Okay, hold on. I agree that it's a flawed book because Sylvia Plath was a flawed person. What with her being a human being. Also, I'm not here to excuse racism, by the way. I get really pissed off when I randomly encounter it in books that nobody talks about, right? I'm also not attributing necessarily the character's racism to the author, but you get where I'm going here. You get another 2-star review, and it's like, I get why this is a classic. It's very beautifully written, etc. But then people essentially saying like it has all of these problems, and you know what? It definitely does. Somebody saying, I wish my mental illness included me doing things like whimsically throwing shirts at the city of New York while my hair blew in the wind. It's usually a lot more of me laying in bed and watching TikToks. It's a problematic book from a problematic person, as much classic literature is. It was also, for me personally, honestly, some of the only times I ever saw things that I thought in my head written down by another person. And I was like, maybe this was the first time that I ever genuinely realized that it was not just me. I did not agree with the things that the character was doing that were bad. That wasn't my experience at all. But that was literally just me being like, depression can be universal. Someone said, what's the bell jar about? It's not really about much, honestly. Here, it says, the Bell Jar chronicles the crack up of Esther Greenwood, a brilliant, beautiful, enormously talented and successful, oh, it doesn't say what she is, but slowly going under, maybe for the last time. She's basically, it's just about a girl who goes through some things. Well, that just sounds really reductive. I don't really know how to describe it, honestly. Someone said, have you read No Longer Human? Oh, man. I did, unfortunately. Yeah, no, like, I find, someone said the fig tree passage means a lot to me. Yeah, it does, honestly. As does the bell jar metaphor, too. I think that's a really, really good one. Someone said, not the best book, not the worst book, problematic, like pretty much most books of that subject matter. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel for sure. Like, for those of you who don't know what the fig tree passage is, it's so good, man. Maybe I can find it just by itself. Fig tree, bell jar, images. Oh, it's too long. Never mind. I feel like a live stream is not the best. A live stream is not the best format for me to try to read this and explain my thinking on it. But honestly, there were just some things in there that I was just like, yeah. Someone said, why unfortunately it's No Longer Human? Oh, because it's a tough read, man. It's just a tough read. This dude was despicable, the character. Let me see. No Longer Human, good reads. Yeah, No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai is another example of like some really, really clear and obvious depictions of depression, but it's about a dude who just sucks so bad. And I was like, you cannot hate women this much. There's no way that this much misogyny could exist in one person. That's essentially how it feels reading this book. I was just like, dude, I can't do this. This is, you're saying the worst things I've ever seen written about people ever. It was just awful, 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 awful. And you do get a lot of people saying the same things of like, oh, I can't do this. There's too much to look past. So bad. But at the same time, the parts of it that were depicting depressive behavior, which in this case wasn't even identified as such unless I'm mistaken. Like, it's so interesting. It's so interesting. Someone said kind of like BoJack Horseman, but I haven't really watched that show and I have no desire to do so. Not because of the show itself, just because of the things that people say about it. I'm like, that doesn't sound like it would help me. That doesn't sound like that would be good for me. But yes, if you're saying essentially that the main character is a problematic person and does things that are bad, but also does have very real mental health struggles simultaneously, yeah, that's essentially what this book is like. But I wouldn't really recommend this book to anybody. Somebody says, wow, this piece really explores the misogyny of the artist. Yeah, it's a horrible read, man. Horrible read. Someone said Sylvia was extremely impactful for me. Yeah, that's fair. I had a similar experience, but it's difficult. It's hard being like a literature fan and seeing people bend over backwards all the time to excuse things when they don't need to be excused. Once again, we stumble into the multiple things being true. And here's a really funny thing. A lot of the discussion about nuance. Someone said, I have no time for misogyny. Yeah, just don't read this book. You're not going to gain anything from it. A lot of the discussion about like multiple things being true is usually applied to a really specific kind of internet person. And it's like, oh, people online don't read things. People online don't have nuance or hold space for multiple things being true. But you know what? Honestly, readers are so bad about this. People who are into literature are so horrific about accepting the idea that actually people who write things can be flawed, and any and every criticism of somebody doing something problematic is valid. I think so many people rush to defend classic literature authors and be like, oh, well, it's still deeply important and you should read it even though it has this content in there that's bad. And they get really pissed off and annoyed at people pointing out like, yo, this is racist. Yo, what's with this random homophobia? They'll get so mad. It was a different time. This, that, the other. And I'm just like, how do you read books and you're this bad at holding space for multiple perspectives? Taking a zero tolerance approach to literature is completely valid. That's actually something I don't think enough people say. You might label this anti-intellectualism. I'm here today to tell you that learning essentially that a book has uncomfortable or wrong and bigoted subject matter in it and deciding to avoid the artist entirely is a valid way of approaching literature. And we'll never be free until we accept that. If you're like, I actually just straight up don't want to read Misogyny, the book, so I'm not going to engage with this author, and you have all these people shouting down, trying to tell you, oh, but this author does beautiful things. No, it's totally fine to not want to engage. Now, I personally, I do still engage, honestly, with a lot of things, not all of them. Like, we're getting real deep. We're getting real deep right now. Someone said those literature people are also online. True, I am talking about online literary people. Murakami. Oh, what to do, what to say about Haruki Murakami. Listen, this is for some people like a real hot button issue, right? Japanese author, a lot of really great work that he did, but I pressed the wrong button. But a real misogyny problem in those books, and it's just true. There's really, as somebody who has read Murakami, no benefit in me trying to convince somebody that like, oh, well, just because he himself is writing insane things in here involving the women who are characters in these things, that the other, you should read it because he's a really great prose stylist. You should read Murakami, even though you don't agree with the things that happen in this story, because I think that it's good work. You get this a lot. And I totally like, I don't know. I just wish people would stop talking over people who are uncomfortable with things that happen in literary works just because you think that you're more of, I don't know, a big brain, because you're like, oh no, actually I do read things that are super problematic because I can engage with things that make me uncomfortable. That doesn't change the fact that somebody just might not want to do that. Someone said, I tried to read 2 of his books and I can't do it anymore and I'm not interested. Yeah, no, that's a valid reaction. I think you should maybe like try to make sure that you're right. That's the thing. If somebody says to you like, oh, this author's problematic, and then you don't even look into it, I don't think that's a great way, really. You should at least know that it's true. But beyond that, Once you come to your conclusion, that's your decision, for real, for real. Someone said, I just don't enjoy Murakami. I tried. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, for real. Someone says some people are traumatized. Why would you want somebody to read something that they don't enjoy? That's another thing that I think there's a specific kind of like faux academic literary type person that doesn't understand. It's okay to read things for enjoyment purely. The only kind of book you ever want to spend time reading is something that you actually are like living for, and you're like, yes, I'm having fun. You're just as valid as somebody who spends a bunch of time reading Dostoevsky or Murakami or, you know, all these classical things or current soon to be classics or whatever. Honestly, people who read romantasy are just as literary as people who read Murakami. And I say this so genuinely as somebody personally who I would not really read a romantasy book. That's not my interest at all. But like everything that is considered to be classic literature is literally just a book. It's literally just a book. And a lot of times the classic status gets ascribed to things retroactively. Many of the people who wrote classic literature, they weren't even trying to write classics. They were actually just trying to write popular books. Okay? Somebody said, nah. Oh, no. I love, hold on. I need y'all to understand something. I'm out here reading. I'm trying to be literary. So yes, I did read Wuthering Heights. I love reading works from Toni Morrison, James Baldwin. I try to read the best of the best, really smart people. I try to read things that are considered to be classics for a reason, not because I'm smart, but because I'm dumb and it's nice learning about things. I love me some Margaret Atwood. I've dove into some Joyce Carol Oates. I'm constantly looking for literary books, and I often DNF books because for me they're not literary enough. And yet this isn't like romantasy, for example. If I was honestly to pretend that what I'm doing is somehow more intellectual than that time I read through Twilight because I just wanted to live or whatever, I think it's stupid. I just think it's stupid. I honestly think the vast majority of people who engage in any sort of literary discourse are actually dumb. And I'm sorry, hold on, wait. The vast majority of people who engage in literary elitism are dumb. No, I'm pulling a Timothée Chalamet right now. No, I'm not taking it back. A lot of people read really smart books and y'all are so dumb. Y'all are so dumb as hell. Actually, I'm not even taking it back. A lot of y'all read really amazing works of literature from throughout the world, and you didn't learn anything. You don't even understand the context of the thing that you just read. You think that because you can name multiple books from like, I don't know, I'm trying to think, what's his name? He writes like the really like Southern Gothic type stuff. Well, I can't even remember his name off the top of my head, but if you thought of a Southern Gothic author faster than I did, you might think you're smarter than me because I read things like Twilight or whatever. You're wrong. You're incorrect. It's just not true, and I'll never accept it. I read enough literary books and I read enough trash to say that honestly, there's literally no meaningful difference between the two. There's really not. There might be more to talk about from, a book that is considered to be more literary, but you can perform literary analysis on Twilight if you so chose. You can perform really deep literary analysis on something like The Hunger Games if you actually wanted to. You can do that. And your inability to understand this, in my mind, means that on some level you actually have less of an ability to engage with literary themes than somebody who can see the value in a book like The Hunger Games. I don't know why I said all that. And I realize that any like 5-second clip of that is likely to get me in some kind of hot water. But like, I'm saying what I'm saying. And also, I think the thing is, I say the same thing about music, though. There's no form of music that is smarter, more intelligent, or honestly even more impressive than any other form of music. Someone said, someone doing her master's in literature, you're right. No, look, I'm so much of it is like retroactive. Here's the thing, Charles Dickens, let's talk about him. Let's talk about him right now. He was talented, okay? He wrote some good stuff. But let me tell you something right now. Charles Dickens was for the people. He wasn't even for y'all. Y'all being this super literary stuff. This was literally things that people were just supposed to enjoy. Shakespeare was literally just supposed to be things that people were enjoying. I think, how has that element of literary or literature gotten lost over the decades, over the centuries? The more and more time passes, we start convincing ourselves that actually these people were geniuses, they were brilliant, and they were creating things that were for me. The person who can name the ending passage of James Joyce's Ulysses, they did this for me. The person who went to college and I did all these things. That's actually not why most of these people were writing these books, honestly. And people who get a little bit too academic and they use it as a means to be elitist, they piss me off really bad, because I'm just like, I'm sorry, as somebody who is reading the same things that you are reading, stop trying to make people feel stupid for reading what you think is slop. It's just not a good way of engaging with things. It's like you've gone too far in the other direction. Somebody said I was literally about to say I did a 4,000 word essay on the Hunger Games in high school and still own many analytical books of it. Yeah, no, like, and music, it's the same thing where like you get people getting into, I'm trying to think of an example of music that commonly gets held up as being more impressive. Oh, that's literally the material metal. Metalheads do this a lot, or a lot of like different kinds of rock subgenres. I pressed the wrong button again. You're like, oh yeah, because the people that I listen to, they can like play these crazy like rhythm pockets, time signatures, and so clearly the thing that I'm listening to is more impressive on some level than, I don't know, there's someone coming on the radio. And it's just like, no, it's not. It's really, really not. Someone said Mozart, classical. Okay, I don't want to say my opinions on classical music, because then I'm actually going to get in trouble. I think Mozart, most famous work, Requiem in D minor. Okay. I believe it's true that maybe only Mozart could have produced Requiem in D minor. Do I think that there's nobody alive currently who could have possibly done that? No. But let's say for the sake of argument that this is true. And this 1791 composition is really like the height of humanity's musical contributions. Honestly, whereas yes, I recognize the amazing skill that it takes to like produce, he calls it, compose this. I mean, like, there's no way in hell Mozart could have produced any of the music that we're doing now, because that was just a completely different skill set. I don't think that this makes things better or worse. I think people are routinely doing things with music that are far and away beyond anything Mozart could have ever dreamed of. Show me a single classical composer who could have actually produced Toxic by Britney Spears, something that really makes you feel like Toxic by Britney Spears, and I will change my opinion. But right now, I believe that as valuable as this was to society and the beauty that people feel, it's not really more valuable. It's not more valuable than Toxic by Britney Spears. It's really not, honestly. Mozart is not more impressive to me than like a Max Martin. Because like, why would he be? They're literally doing the same thing. They're literally actually doing the same thing. And also, Mozart never had to like mix anything. He never had to worry about, is the bass actually sitting in the right spot in the mix? I would love to see Mozart mix his own damn music. You know what? I'm just going to say it. You're getting my worst opinions today. You're getting my worst possible opinions, and I'm just going to say them anyway. I'm an electronic music producer. All right. Someone said composers do have to. No, they do. Listen. Composers do have to think about what volume are the violins being played at? What volume is this section being played at? I'm not saying that he didn't mix in the traditional sense. All I'm saying is, honestly, listen. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that I do every single day as a hobby, or that kids do. Listen to me. I think people like, it's great music. Obviously, it's very beautiful and moving, but we've moved into a space where somebody may actually have to know as much as Mozart did as a starting point. I definitely don't, but give Mozart, I don't know, a suite of VSTs that have all these orchestras in them. And you know what he probably would have been at this point? I'm sorry. I realize this is my worst argument that I've ever made. Honestly, these are the same people who would have just been the Hans Zimmers of the world, where it's like, yeah, I'm really, really good at moving people with a theme. And it's considered to be like this crazy thing, moving people with music. But like, honestly, I need somebody to literally explain to me how Mozart contributed more to music than like John Williams doing the Star Wars theme. What's the difference? I'm being really serious. What is the actual difference between somebody said careful now, Tim Angelo. Here's the thing. I think the thing is, like, Timothy was trying to put down the greats. I'm more so trying to level the playing field here. What is the main difference between things that people used to do and the things that people do now? Someone said this take is garbage, but I hear you. Okay, go ahead and explain why. I would like to know. I would like to know what's garbage. What is the thing that Mozart did that John Williams can't do? Someone said the difference of Star Wars is awful. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know. I don't really like Star Wars, but someone said think of it as a starting point of the evolution. No, I agree. I agree that without Mozart, we would not have a John Williams. So I'm not actually saying that this music is unnecessary. I just want to know what the difference is, man. Please explain it to me. I'm reading chat. Someone said Mozart was not the only classical musician. I mean, we could talk about Beethoven. We could talk about Tchaikovsky. We could go on, but I would like to know what the difference is between classical music and a lot of soundtrack music that gets produced today. Someone reading. Someone said hearing that you produce music as a hobby with no intention of releasing it got me revisiting my music making, and it's really added so much to my life recently. Yeah, no. Someone said nothing. I'm on your side. Someone said people can't play instruments or read music. I can't play instruments or read music, and I'm still making this point. Also, I'm going to swing it back. Into my original point. Honestly. Shakespeare. You can say, what's the difference? I got to stop pressing that button. I think the main difference might be innovation. It's kind of interesting to see people do things that did not previously exist. But beyond that, like, what is the difference between Shakespeare writing something and thinking to himself like, oh, y'all are gonna live. First, she is gonna die, or she's gonna pretend to be dead, and then he's gonna show up and see that she's dead, and then he's gonna die, and then she's gonna wake up and be like, oh no, I wasn't dead, but now he's dead, and then she's gonna die for real, and y'all are gonna live for this. Y'all are gonna be talking about this for the next 500 years, and then you release that, and then people are just like, oh my god, this story is crazy, bro. Did you see that part where, what's the difference? So I just rejoined. What are we talking about? Someone said the main difference is they let pores engage. Someone said Shakespeare stole from the Greeks. He did, though. Not stealing, by the way. I know what you're saying, and I don't agree that he stole per se. He was also inspired by things. That's how art works. You know what I mean? I'm reading chat. Someone said, I don't know if it's true, but what I was told is that the greats are the ones who were the first to do something different, and that paves the way. Yeah, I think a lot of times when you do something that seems to be the first, that can oftentimes be overriding a lot of things that came before you or were happening at the same time as you, but did not actually reach the same level as popularity that you did, or like you were lucky enough for your stuff to survive. So then we look back and you're the only example we have of something. But like, some said innovation is the whole thing though, D'Angelo. Okay, I hear what you're saying, and I agree. Innovation's pretty important. That being said, people have created entirely new genres of music within the last 100 years. Like, they've literally created new instruments and stuff. So I agree with you that like being an innovative musician is enough for why we're still talking about someone like Mozart, for example. But like, the innovation that still happens today, is anybody actually going to put that in a music history book? Reading. Someone said Shakespeare stole. Well, no. Okay. Yeah. Shakespeare, he really wore his inspirations on his sleeve, for sure. But so I think your point is good broadly. Yeah. No. Okay. That being said, I'm like 25% kidding. I understand that people go to school for this and they learn to do, they devote their entire life to do this, and those people could much more accurately than me explain, well, D'Angelo, there is a really massive difference between, say, Shakespeare writing a good play and Suzanne Collins writing a really good book. But I don't think there's that much of a difference. So it's 4 hours in. What? Oh, almost. Oh God, I've been live for so long. Someone said the classics isn't the end all be all. I mean, who were they? Perspectives we've seen before. Yeah. Someone said like jazz, that's so innovative, yet we don't hold that innovation as highly as Mozart, whoever. Listen. I'm going to tell you this, and listen, you might, oh my God, I need to get rid of that button. You might like disagree with me broadly or think it's a garbage take, which is fine. Totally entitled to. However, the things that people did with jazz and the way that jazz has directly and indirectly influenced and changed just so many things that came after, this was an example of innovation. That was some innovation right there. People were literally like, oh, we know how music works, but how does music feel? And then you start getting these crazy sounding things. You start getting people doing things, playing instruments in ways they were never intended to be played, doing things with chords that were never intended to follow each other. I feel like jazz in general it's interesting that jazz isn't really seen as like an equally, maybe it's interesting that jazz is not seen as an equally pivotal thing that happened to music. What I'm saying is like what those old people did forever ago was impressive. Don't get me wrong. Classical music is awesome, but like classical music happened to music multiple times after the classical era, and people seem unwilling to engage with that, which I think is really interesting. You know, does that make sense? That's how I feel about classics. It's the same thing where like with classical literature, what's considered to be the classic literary canon, yes, people did some amazing things there, but after that, a lot of things happened to literature that had a much more like currently traceable impact. And those things aren't really seen as like crazy innovations or anything like that. And it's like, is it just because we don't have the benefit of the benefit of hindsight? But like jazz happened, or it started happening a while ago. It still happens, by the way. I don't know. I'm reading. Someone said jazz has been so whitewashed. It has. But look, what I don't want though is somebody to literally compare this to like classical. D'Angelo was saying that jazz is better than classical. I think it's the opposite, where I have just a very like level playing field approach to any and all things that are created by people. I try to have that, and because of that winds up like deprioritizing a lot of things that are seen as untouchable from an artistic canon standpoint. But like, I don't know. Someone said all of history / classics is told by Eurocentric perspective. I'm trying not to really get into it, but like, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, it really is. Some of this is really a coincidence. I don't even know what to say. Someone said, okay, see, this I do disagree with. Someone said if Mozart didn't exist, we wouldn't lose anything major, but if jazz didn't, we would lose a lot. I disagree that we wouldn't lose anything major if Mozart didn't exist. I recognize actually that if he didn't exist, it would be a butterfly effect where a bunch of people who were inspired by him after the fact would never have done music. And so much music would be missing. So it seems like not much would change because classical isn't really what a bunch of people are listening to right now, but it's completely inextricable from the way that music has changed and evolved. What I'm saying is like, since the classical movement, also several other things happened, then were innovated, and also if those things disappeared, we would wind up losing similar amounts of stuff like that. Someone said L take. No, it's honestly not. Someone said, why are we arguing classical plus Mozart? I'm just having fun arguing on the live stream. Someone said L take. No, honestly, it's literally not an L take. It's not an L take. I disagree with anybody who disagrees with me that classical music, or just classical anything that is considered to be classic, has any special quality about it that cannot be traced back to also multiple other periods that do not get the same level of esteem or prestige, largely because the people creating it were different, or they happened under different times. Like, I think it's monumental stuff that happens. It's just monumental things happen all the time, and not everybody gets their name emblazoned in a history book. Someone's a very much L take. No, I'm correct. Honestly, I know that I'm correct. Because like when you're thinking about classical music, for example, no one ever is thinking about the things that were inspiring those movements, for example, which we would not have that thing without, or the things that after, or same thing with like literature. If you're thinking about classical literature, and you're just really hyper fixating on like, say, who's considered to be Tolstoy, right? But there's no sort of take about, well, what was Tolstoy reading and what had to happen to the canon before Tolstoy could even happen. There's no individual person who could exist outside of the actual constant cultural conversation that has been the growth of human music and human like literature and expressing ourselves. And honestly, there's no one individual part of this history that is more important than any of the others. Maybe some of them are more European, so they've been more documented than others. But like, I just don't believe it. I'll never believe it. I'll never, ever, 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 ever believe it. No matter how many people say it's an L take or whatever. There's just no form of music that's more important than another form of music. And I don't think there's any form of literature that's more important than another form of literature. We have to know, like, I don't know. It's so interesting. Sometimes I love how chat is so divided. Chat is very divided right now. I just think like when I say these things to some people, it sounds like I'm trying to devalue the classics. But what I'm really trying to do is recontextualize them as part of an ongoing thing where exceptional human beings There are no exceptional human beings. That's my new take. That's actually my current take. Like, here's what I'm trying to get into right now. Great man theory. Okay, listen, I know right now I've just been purposely just framing it as my opinion, but actually there are studies into trying to recontextualize how things are considered to be, whereas there's been a lot of people who have created a lot of good things. A lot of times great man theory is when you attribute the things that they were doing to some sort of unique quality that that person possessed, and you're taking it out of the context that spawns them. If, like, for example, I'm trying to Miles Davis was not in his current context and everyone around him had not done the things that they had done, Miles Davis wouldn't have happened. You know what I mean? And I feel the same way about, like, classical music, for example, all these other classical literature, like the hero worship that goes on in academic circles is honestly infuriating on some level, because it's so picky and choosy. It's so picky and choosy. And for certain kinds of people, you can only ever hope to be a footnote. You can only ever hope to be a footnote. You know what I mean? I think, like, and I'm sorry if we're making this. Someone said, as someone from the global south, I'm so with you on the stake. Yeah, like, you get these really big names. They're like, oh, these people that we're going to follow for the next few hundred years did these things. And maybe they were inspired by these other people, but whatever. That whatever that you just did was so deeply important. It was as important as the people who were getting their names emblazoned everywhere. And then it's also really tricky because when you do try to create things, a lot of times you're being held to the standard of the canon. You can only be some sort of reaction to it. You can never actually just be judged independently. So, for example, and I am sorry to go this route, but I just think about these things a lot as somebody who creates things, like Toni Morrison, American novelist and author, obviously was amazing, right? But, like, when do we start talking about Toni Morrison? When we start talking about great Black authors. That's when we start talking about, oh, let's talk about Morrison. Let's talk about Butler. Let's talk about Baldwin. And yes, these people are considered to be great authors as well. But, like, there's this, when you exist outside of what was initially considered to be the canon, always an asterisk next to you that is trying to signify essentially that you are equally as important. We don't need the asterisk next to Toni Morrison. She was just a great author who did as many great things for literature as any other great author, whether that was a Dostoevsky or a Tolstoy or Hemingway. Like, I get so, I don't know. I feel like if you can start moving people off of classical worship, it starts explaining my more general worldview a lot better. Where I'm just like, what if we acknowledge that on some level we just kind of made up? We just made up what gets to persist, but actually we didn't make it up. It's very deeply linked to Eurocentrism and who actually got to keep those records. You know, a lot of people created amazing works of things and then they were just straight up destroyed forever. And we'll never actually even know. There's so much privilege that has to happen for a classic to even persist in the first place. And that's why, like, obviously I came into this really jokey. No, I don't think Hans Zimmer is doing the same thing as Mozart. Come on now. But I think you have to be willing to find the Mozart anywhere, no matter where this person came from or where they were born. And I think you're going to have a bit of a clearer understanding of how music history really happened. Music history really happened because somebody for the very first time accidentally played a chord when they were just trying to, like, fix some strings over a flat surface, and that person's never going to get credited. Music theory happened because somebody who we consider to be a good composer actually traveled somewhere else. They went overseas and they heard somebody else do music and they were like, whoa, that's crazy. I'm going to come back and put those sounds in my stuff. Look at the Beatles, for example. So much of the Beatles' innovation was actually cultural exchange. But because of the sort of great man theory, we just attribute that to the Beatles themselves and their producers. And, like, the people who were inspiring them could we even name them? You know what I mean? I just think like we need the Beatles for sure. And we also need Mozart, and we also need Charles Dickens. We really, really do need those things. But like, just one of many, 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 many uncountable number of people who have contributed equally or unevenly to where we are at right now. And that's why I get heated about it. But like, I try not to though, because honestly, I won't say it's not that deep. It is kind of that deep, but oftentimes I don't feel like people actually explain to me why something deserves to be part of the canon. Or why can we not apply the same standard of canonization to things that are equally important, even if they happen to come from other places? You know what I mean? So many great authors, so many great contributors to English literature. They weren't all in Europe. So many great contributors to literature in the first place. Like, I don't know. It's just interesting. That's all I have to say. So it's like pay your respects to the past, but keep moving forward. Yeah, no, like, again, though, if this is your field of study, it's not greater than or less than. For me personally, I'm very much locked into like modern music. That doesn't make it like, definitely does not make it greater than somebody who actually does an academic study of classical stuff and understands how these things influence us or whatever. It's just simultaneously having this sort of classical understanding doesn't really detract from the fact that people are still doing things that music would die without this innovation. I don't know. It's crazy. Someone said too many people don't get their flowers to be giving people whole gardens. Yeah, no, I don't know. I want to know what my public education would have looked like without Eurocentrism. I want to know what I would have learned in school if I didn't live in a country that was essentially, well, is American and already whitewashes its own history, but then also just like our proximity to Europe due to origins. We still have hella Eurocentrism happening even in America, which is hilarious. I want to know, who would they have taught me about? That's the thing. If I actually had equal access to all the things that happened and it wasn't a game of who got to tell a story because the colonizers kept their records and destroyed all the other ones, who would I have learned about? Would it have been all the same people? Probably not. There might have been other people. And so I just feel like I'm not even going to have a 100% complete grip on how like history really did happen, but trust when I tell you, I totally reject any sort of explanation for culture as having much to do with like, oh yes, Europe did this. Isn't that kind of convenient to y'all? Isn't that kind of convenient to y'all who got to keep their records and who is now saying we're like the cultural capital of the world? It's a no for me, dog. But anyways, all that to say, I don't know. That's just like, these are just things I think about. I don't have any sort of academic background. I did go to school. It wasn't for things like this. And I am also very pro academia. I like science and history and math and all these things, but it's also can just be wielded against certain other people. And I try to be cognizant of that. Someone said, I'm from Latin America and education is Eurocentric. It really, really, really is. It definitely is. Someone said, are classical books written in English also considered classical in other languages? It feels more like a marketing term almost. That's a really good question. That's a pretty good question. Somebody said, I think about it. It gets to me. I just think about these things. I really do. This is the underbelly of the systemic world we live in. Yeah, no. So shout out Mozart for real. Shout out the Beatles. Shout out Shakespeare and all the people that all these people took from. Because that is how art works. I am a believer in stealing. I actually low-key think people don't realize how important stealing actually is. But like, it is unfortunate that a lot of times things can become the new synonym for something that they might have gotten in on the tail end on. It's really interesting. Someone said this is why studying history is hard, but man, I want to know that stuff. Yeah, I still stick to not an anti-intellectual version, because I'm not just like, oh, I want to know the truth and y'all aren't teaching me the truth in school, so school is bad. No, actually, I really love our educators. I really love people who are in academia trying to learn and educate other people. I think you're all doing great work. I just want more. I want even more. I want more sources. Someone said be inspired but don't steal. I agree. I think the thing is, like, a lot of the things that people think are stealing are actually totally fine. They're totally fine in artwork as long as you're really clear about what you're doing. Like, creating a work that is a reaction to somebody else's artwork is a totally fine thing to do. There's nothing wrong with it. And I think, like, illustration involves a lot more references than some people realize. It involves a lot more taking in of other sources. Like, yes, you got to use your brain and be creative and stuff like this. But, like, for me, the beauty of an artist, I want to see how you steal. I want to see, because here's the thing. If you're an actual artist, like an artist, not somebody who thinks AI can generate art, if you really think artistically, you're going to filter everything into something unique. So I could give the same 10 sources of inspiration to 10 different artists and get 10 different pieces of art that then go on to explain or something about the world, or go on to inspire other people to do the same thing. That's also part of the reason. Someone says it's the whole saying, good artists copy, great artists steal. Literally. That's also part of the reason why I, like, will never accept AI art as art, because to me, as an artist, the only thing art is just like, how did you steal today? How did you steal today? How did you see or feel or experience something and then think to yourself, hold on, I got another take on that. And then you plugged your guitar into an amp and now we've got rock music happening. Or you did a 2-5-1 chord progression and now so much jazz is riffing on this. You were the first person. Like, I want to know essentially how you thought you could spin something your way. That's the main thing that a computer could never do. Computers can't do that. You're not actually getting a human being's take on something. So it's not art. Because that's literally all that art is. That's all that art is. Your inspiration processed into a new work. I think that's my favorite definition. Somebody says, or like if I look online, what do people say the actual definition of art is? Art definition: the expression or application of human creative skill and imagination, typically in a visual form. Yes, it's definitely creativity and imagination, but like, you imagine things based off of your inspirations, essentially. And that's also why I think it's a good thing to consume a lot of artwork as well. Instead of being like, oh, I don't want to be influenced by this one thing, or I don't want to be influenced by the other thing. No, you should be, in my opinion, consuming so much inspiration that it's impossible for you to rip off any one thing. How can you steal from this person if you also used all these other things? Like, that's why people who like do this AI thing think on some level that they're creating artwork, because the process almost seems really similar of taking that input and then putting it your way. But like, it is your actual individuality as a person. That's the only thing that makes it art, honestly. That's how I feel personally. Someone said nothing is ever completely original. It's really not. No, nothing is ever completely original. I'll give you a good example right here. Literally, like, Prince did so many things in his music. I'm just talking about his music here, not personal life or whatever. So many things in his music that were amazing, that were really never done before, that people are still trying to get that sound and that feeling of like a Prince inspired song. But at the same time, it was literally still rock music and pop music. You know what I mean? It was still R&B. Like, you could be the most brilliant person, but you do on some level need something to steal from. If that makes sense. You still got to steal from somewhere. That's how I feel. Reading chat, reading chat. Someone said typing prompts is akin to commissioning someone with the prompt. You didn't create it. It's akin and it's worse. It's like commissioning someone, but you commissioned nobody. So nobody made anything. You just wasted everybody's time and overconsumed water and contributed to so many problems that are an issue right now. Someone said you should be an art lecturer. Well, I shouldn't be an art lecturer though, because that's the thing. Is like I just have such a deeply not academic approach to literally everything I say, do, or think. That's why you should not come to me for opinions on politics, even though I'm still going to give them and I'm still going to try to be a good person and be like, oh, if this is bad, I'm going to say it's bad. But like, honestly, I should not be your final source for anything. You should not come to me for opinions on culture. You should not come to me for opinions on anything, because I'm literally just idiot vibes. Just like nothing going on up here. I don't actually have like a structural framework to legitimize the things that I think. But I still think them. And sometimes I share them. Sometimes I share them anyway. Oh my God. Someone said, do you think the chords don't matter as much as the artist as a person? Yes. Yes. I think that the chords that you use do not matter as much as the people who are using the chords. Period. like I literally have proof for you right now. If you were to just find the chords for a bunch of popular songs, okay, whatever. Let's just put this in, hold on. I'm going to go to here. How do I use this tool? Okay, great. So let's say in your song, you have a 2, starting with a 2. Wait, this is in C major. I just want it to be relative. Okay, starting with a 2, going into a 5, and going into a 1. How did this website just pull 1,000 different songs that use this exact same chord progression? And they could be varying levels of good or not good. If you have a 2-5-1 happening in When I Was Your Man, and happening in a Guns N' Roses song, and happening in this remix of Wonderwall, and happening in the Handcat, and all these things, like, honestly, the chords that you use, they don't matter at all. It's literally, what are you doing with the chords? How are you stealing these things? That's the biggest thing, honestly. Anyways, what else do we got? Someone said, I'm low-key kind of just watching this discussion happen because I don't know about music. I just like listening to it. I mean, you definitely don't have to like know anything about music. Someone said, what site is this? Hook Theory. I use this one a lot because it has a lot of like built-in chords. Now, granted, you still have to go and make sure people added the right chords for things on here, but they're pretty good. You know, Marina and the Diamonds having a 2-5-1 turnaround into that minor tonic, like, that's interesting that somebody could get that kind of song out of the same thing that Bruno Mars is doing over here. Like, I find it to be so fascinating. Someone said there are only so many chords. Literally, that's why we need art. There's only like, we only get new stuff because everybody steals it in a different way. When you're like, oh, 2-5-1, and you made another song, that's the most exciting thing to me for sure. Someone said I just came back. What is the great man theory? Oh, you missed some stuff. You missed some stuff for real. Someone said, to be clear, I'm enjoying it. It's been interesting and educational. I hope so. But yeah, no, before I hop off, I will say, I think the best thing that you can do and should continue to do at the end of any of my streams is just forget like 60% of what I said. Please. I feel I'm just not. I only know what I know, and I shudder to think of the sheer amount of misinformation and bad takes I'm capable of generating in a 4-hour period. It really worries me. Sometimes I'm like, maybe you should just not be streaming. You're probably like stupid, but like, I have some good ideas every now and then. It takes me longer to explain some of them than some of the other ones, but yeah, don't get a big head. That's the main thing I tell myself is like, it doesn't matter how many people are listening in the live stream and saying essentially that like, oh yeah, I learned something today. Well, you learned it from me, somebody without a degree. Well, no, I do have a degree. I forget that they went to college. Somebody without any qualifications and who is not a source. The only thing I have is a number. I just have a few numbers on the page and they don't mean jack squat. So all influencers are stupid, actually, unless you went to school first. Honestly. Yeah, I think that's a good working theory. I think all influencers are dumb. Hold on, I'm trying to disprove that right now. You would literally have to be like, I'm trying to think of an example where you would not be a bad source. If you actually educated yourself first in a non-influencer setting, and then you came online and started influencing people with facts and studies and things that help people learn and grow, I'm not including you in this. But I think if you have a platform, and the only reason you have a platform is because you were talking, and you're good at making the talking do numbers online, I actually don't think you're a good source for anything. But I have to deal with that dichotomy of like, what do I do? This is just why I try to get smarter every day. That's all I can do. I can never actually, I've said it before, I can never actually justify having a platform because, buddy, nobody should be listening. Nobody, not even one person. But I can try to find the middle ground of the things I'm talking about so that it's not complete stupidity all the time. Oh my God. Someone said conspiracy theorists shaking in their boots. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like, you're a streamer. You should listen, as an influencer, you should be able to look at yourself and genuinely be like, I'm Googling myself right now. D'Angelo Wallace, the only thing that you've done right here is be a YouTuber. Essentially, you YouTubed. That's the thing. You learned how to make videos on the internet. You didn't go to school for this amount of time. You didn't hang out with other people. You didn't practice. I mean, some YouTubers practice instruments and stuff like that, but like, you just did the internet for long enough to make a living. And now you actually think that you should be a trusted source on anything. It's not good. Also, I did used to think that way when I was younger. I did, because I was like, well, yeah, duh. I have 2 million subscribers on this channel. I have 1 million subscribers on this channel. Every channel I start is like this, that, the other. Like, the line between me being a Timothée Chalamet, it was scary. I'm just telling you right there. I could have been Timothy. That's what y'all don't realize. I could so easily be a Timothée Chalamet and be like, and it's hard not to be because I have a lot of self-confidence. I'm a very grandiose person. On some level, I did something truly amazing. I did. Actually, I worked really hard. Everybody wants, so many people want to try to do this thing, and it actually worked in my case because I got lucky and because I worked hard. But like simultaneously, you have to remember you are not the only person working hard in the world. That's it. That's the only thing that's going to save me at the end of the day. So yeah, you will frequently say, yeah, I did that and I would do it again. Yeah, I really did a whole career out of this, but like, idiots, just absolute idiots with cameras.